to have you share with us this activity. Thank you very much. Éxito.
Thank you. Oh, guy, unmute.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Pantojas. Yes, and that whole theme about translocality fits very well with a lot of the themes that we're talking about now. So I think that really the cutting edge of a lot of the work that we're all doing now is trans. So translanguaging, translingualism, transculturalism, transidentification, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that is very much a part of the thing that a lot of us are working on now. And of course, this particular situation that we find ourselves in with the pandemic is very much making us aware of the need to start to take those kinds of things into consideration. Okay, once again, thank you to the Institute, but I would like to give an opportunity to Professor Kuwabong as well to say a few words to get us started before we start our presentations.
Thank you, Institute of Caribbean Studies. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons I left Ghana, looking for my roots in the Caribbean. And what better place than Puerto Rico, after reading a Ghanaian novel in which a Puerto Rican psychiatrist helped a Ghanaian writer to recover. And that Ghanaian writer and the Puerto Rican were in Algeria during the War of Liberation from France. So I want to thank the Institute for their undiluted support over all these years. So rather than calling it translocal, I want to call it panlocal. The Institute is a panlocal. If we are talking of pandemics, we should also be talking of panlocal in which, so whatever is happening is global in a way. That yesterday I was with a team from Ghana talking about witchcraft accusations in Ghana. And there were participants from South Africa, from Brazil, from different parts of the world. But most of the presenters were located in Ghana, but hosted by University of York in Toronto, and so on. In the evening, there was a book launch by a Caribbean writer in Montreal. And participants were again global, and so on. In fact, he's one of the most beloved writers in UPR, Nigel Thomas, that students love his work. So for me, I want to thank Prof. Faraclas for being the gem. When I say gem, GERM, not a virus, but something that grows and blooms and brings shade and fruits to others who. So he developed the idea and brought me in. And for me, I can't thank him enough for the pioneering work, the spirit behind it all. And then also for the students who are always called upon to support this, because without the students participating, the program would never have gone ahead. So once again, thank you for the students participating this year. Thank you for all former students who have participated. And thank you for Caribbean Studies for providing the landscape, whether it's virtual or it's physical, it doesn't really matter, for this tree that was planted several years back to continue to grow and continue to branch out. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kuwabong. Okay, just before we get started, a couple of announcements. First of all, we are hoping that many of you will take your presentations and turn them into written submissions as articles for the annual volumes that we put together every year. The 2020 volumes are now out, so we're going to be publishing the 2021 volumes at the end of this year in November, in time for our Islands in Between conference, which will happen from the 4th to the 6th of November in Martinique, hopefully face-to-face in Martinique. In any case, for those of you who are not familiar with the volumes or with the conference, send us an email and we'll put you on the mailing lists for those events. And we also want to make you aware of the fact that the Institute for Caribbean Studies has a journal as well, which is called Caribbean Studies. When you have done a very, very, very polished piece of work, you can actually submit it to them for consideration as well. Okay, in any case, I'm going to get started now with our first presenter. Our first presenter is Lynette Cintron, and she's going to be talking about Angela Flannery and the City Symphony. I'll get her PowerPoint on the screen right now. Okay, Lynette, can you see it on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so Lynette, yes, go ahead.
And so how do I control it though?
No, I will change. Just tell me when to change the slide.
Oh, okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. So, I'm just gonna launch into it. Just 12 minutes long, the Cuban-American film Angela, released in 2019, explores community, alienation, exile, and diaspora. Directed by Juan Pablo Aranas Molina, yes, thank you, and written in collaboration with its lead actor Idalmis Garcia, who you see there. Angela also reinvigorates the cinematic image of New York City, of its immigrant communities, especially Caribbean communities, the Flaneurs, and reimagines the city symphony genre. So I want to quickly talk about city symphony, the Flaneurs, and then just do a very quick dive into Angela and comparing it to Manhattan, which is often considered the city symphony. So the city symphony is a short-lived genre of the early decades of the 20th century. If you have seen films set in big cities, you have seen the traces of the city symphony, especially in establishing shots. City symphonies are close to pure cinema. They abandon plot and characterization, thank you, in favor of visual and oral elements that reproduce the sensation of life in the metropolis. And yes, we can go to the next slide. They declare the arrival of the future through highly stylized documentation of modern architecture, and their gaze extends to the people as well. So in Strand and Cheryl's Manhattan, you can see the crowd disembarking Staten Island Ferry. Next slide, in Walter Ruttmann's Berlin Symphony of a Great City, you can see flaneurs on the street gazing into each other. Also, I didn't post it, but also into store windows quite a lot. And then you also have the ever-present keynote or camera operator of the next slide you're going to see, which is Vertov's man with a movie camera. Okay, so these films showcase the formative relationship between cinema and the city, and between the gaze of the camera and that of the flaneur. The urban walker, who Baudelaire in the next slide positioned as the man of the crowd, a passionate spectator who felt at home in the city streets. He could afford to walk at leisure amid the ebb and flow of movement. So he is the ideal modern subject. Likewise, the flaneur director was also gendered male. This flaneur is at once passionate and anonymous, yet intimately connected to the city. And although the existence of the flaneuse, the female counterpart of the flaneur, especially at the turn of the 20th century, has been challenged, you know, for a number of reasons, that women are not the bearer of the gaze, that they are the object of the gaze, and so on. I'm just going to take for granted the existence of the flaneuse, right? Especially now. And if we go back to the previous slide, right, even almost 100 years ago, it is Elisabetta Svilova who edits Man with a Movie Camera after all. So the flaneuse has always been present. And of course, there are the women themselves who walk the city, right? They always have. So in Angela, we see Angela tracing a certain map of New York City. And I'm going to cite Aranas Molina director's statement here. Aranas Molina explains that, quote, lack of resources threw us into an unusual creative journey. Idalmis and I started filming improvisations in public spaces, interacting with people who didn't know they were being part of a fictional story. We sketched a plot for her and used simple narrative cues to keep triggering specific interactions within the spaces we infiltrated. The result is a fictional story with documentary value. End of quote. Angela is the Flanús as cultural spy, a passionate witness informant of the city. And although departing from city symphonies in significant ways, Angela retains elements of the genre. While a plot can be traced, one that involves Angela losing her job, searching for a job, the film also presents us with impressions of city life and neo-expressionist use of setting. The city's diasporic communities are present. If we can go back in the PowerPoint, in the representation of the Rumba at Central Park. Angela introduces Aristides and they explain the function of the Rumba. They say, here at the Rumba in Central Park, we're loading our Cuban batteries. We load our batteries to keep fighting. The film cuts to Angela and Aristides dancing, gathering strength in movement. The film highlights the Rumba's function as one of resistance, of creating and holding space for life-affirming community. At the Rumba, Angela appears in her role as Flanús infiltrator. She asks rumberos questions such as, how long have they been in the US? Did you get here by boat, by raft? Did they come in 1980? And in Manhattan, we see shots of the city's waterways teeming with commerce and industry, with ocean liners, boats. And I reimagine in conversation with Flanús, who shows genuine interest, not only in the surface of the city, but in its interiority, which is to say the interiority of its inhabitants. Angela's questions allude to other ebbs and flows, other products of modernity that unwind into the ebb and flow of the city. On the streets, close-ups of Angela's face, yes, it registers the stress of finding a job. Yet we also see her delighting in the flutter of pigeons. It is that delight, the serendipitous encounter with joy in the streets, and the decision to shoot and to moment, extraneous to plot, that connects Angela to city symphonies. Angela speaks through the city and the city through her. She walks through a tunnel, graffiti proclaiming, today is your day, emphasizing her aspirations while contrasting with a much harsher reality. But it is the scene at the Brooklyn Bridge where the film most compellingly harnesses and resignifies the themes and aesthetics of the city symphony. The sequence opens with Angela walking on the bridge walkway against the architectural components so mythicized in Manhattan. In Manhattan, you have the combination of Walt Whitman's poetry in the intertitles, and the score mimics the sound of construction, of iron against steel. In addition, you have this shot of the footpath, and altogether it dramatizes the tower's monumentality, the achievements of modernity. In Angela, the first shot in the sequence, which is that one, represents the tower more on human scale. The sequence begins and ends on the bridge and includes shots of Angela at Brooklyn Bridge Park and the carousel. It is one of the most affecting, tender yet sad sequences. Angela's voiceover monologue with her mother over her cell phone is worth quoting. Mom, this is the Brooklyn Bridge. This is my favorite place in this city. Can you see it? There are people biking, walking. You see people from all over the world. You see people from China, Asia, Italy. You listen to all languages. Can you imagine if you were here with me? I'm going to bring you here someday. I'm gonna bring you here, or I'll change my name. I'll send you a kiss from the Brooklyn Bridge, Mama. The bridge is brought to human scale. The wind. Imbued not with myth, but with the bittersweet experience of walking the city as an exile. Not reducing, but opening the scale of the city's iconic modernist scape to human size is one of the most affecting achievements of the film. In the scenes at the park, we see Angela as Flanús gazing not to a storefront like in traditional city symphonies, but the carousel. Angela gazing lovingly, perhaps prompted by the carousel childhood memories flit across her mind. The melting ice cream cone, it's the previous slide. The melting ice cream cone in her hand is wrapped in paper depicting the US flag, suggesting her experience as consumer of US culture, a refreshing experience, yet as an identity, consumer is as ephemeral and insubstantial as melting ice cream. The shot questions conventional ways of representing the flaneurs as consumer. Angela claims the bridge as her favorite place, constitutive of her experience in the city, a site she translates for her mother in Cuba. She's shown photographing, walking, resting on it. Bridges unite, and it is here that Angela promises to reunite with her mother. Angela is as certain of this as she is certain of her name, her identity. This is what might be gained by walking the city, a longing for those left behind, a fragile, hopeful certainty in one's place, as well as ephemeral but pleasurable moments, ice cream on a summer day, or a Roomba that recharges your energy and resolve. Film has always confirmed the presence of the flaneurs. If in the early years of the 20th century, the figure of the flaneur and the male director collapsed, the flaneurs could still be seen within male filmmakers' frames. A century later, Idalmis Garcia Angela is the ideal 21st century flaneurs, harnessing the traces of city symphonies that have always haunted film. In Angela, long shots of the cityscape, medium and close shots of the crowd, and the close-ups of Garcia's expressive face imbue those traces with an exilic sensibility that challenges tired and cliché visions of the city and its Caribbean communities. So by placing Angela within the city symphony, I have hoped to highlight the agency of its title character, its creators, who decenter the white neocolonial metropolitan gaze and the authority of white flaneurs and flaneuses. Thank you. And thank you for the PowerPoint.
Excellent presentation. Yes. Oh, so many questions already. It's
all right, great.
Yeah, it's wonderful, wonderful. So anyway, but for questions, we'll wait until the end of the session because that's how we usually do it to manage our time better. So let's go right away to our next speaker, who is Luis A. Rivera Flores. He'll be talking about el pobrecismo y sistemas de dominación. I'll get that up here now. Okay, Luis, can you see the PowerPoint on the screen?
Ahora sí.
Ok, un momento, por favor, porque yo voy a cambiar la proyección. Ok, ahora sí. Ok, Luis, adelante.
Good morning to everyone. My presentation is about pobrecismo. It will be in Spanish because it's easier for me to manage myself in that language, but when the time comes for questions, I can address them in English as well to the best of my ability. Now I will switch to Spanish. Mi tema es el pobrecismo. Muy buenos días a todas las personas que están aquí presentes. El pobrecismo como ideología de dominación, y como mencioné en inglés, pues mi presentación será en este idioma, pero las respuestas podré contestarlas en ambos. Podemos proseguir, profesor. Como introducción al tema, pues tenemos que una de las grandes bases de la cultura occidental es el cristianismo. A través de sus enseñanzas, el cristianismo resalta la pobreza como una virtud. Estas virtudes se tergiversan para originar discursos discriminatorios disfrazados de bondad. Como dice el primer bullet, esta presentación es una apreciación al tema, ya que el tema puede ser muy amplio, puede tener otros nombres, pero se relaciona de manera directa o indirecta y se va por varias ramificaciones. Por eso es una pequeña introducción solamente para abrir el tema de acuerdo al nombre con el que se designa. Y parte de este pobrecismo, parte de lo que es la añoranza de tiempos pasados imaginados, que no necesariamente son de la manera que se proyecta muchas personas que participan del fenómeno. Next. Primero, para conocer un tema, debemos conocer lo que son las definiciones, y comenzamos con la definición de pobrecismo. Hernández en 2020 lo define como el gusto por la pobreza como una experiencia estética, y también dicta que parte de una característica del pobrecismo es admirar y romantizar la pobreza y resaltar sus virtudes morales. Cabe mencionar que la primera mención que yo encontré el término data del 2002 en un periódico de Nicaragua, pero con una definición ligeramente diferente. En vez de tener un gusto desde un punto superior por los pobres, es el punto de vista del que tiene necesidades, de que nos lo merecemos y no podemos aspirar más. Es curioso, ¿verdad?, cómo surge con otra definición y está siendo relacionada. Y la segunda mención que encontré es de un economista chileno en 2010 llamado Eduardo Letelier, que estaba trabajando el término. De la mano del pobrecismo tenemos los pobrecistas. ¿Quiénes son estas personas que practican esto como parece discurso? Son unas personas que hacen bandera política, ideológica y ética de la causa del pobre, pero lo usan como subterfugio y excusa a manera de insultarle y mantenerlo en su sitio. Qué bonito, pero quédate en tu área. Esta es una definición que nos dio Manfredi en 2015 y la podemos consultar en algunas fuentes con definiciones sumamente similares, básicamente parafraseo. Y otro término relacionado es la aporofobia, que de acuerdo a la definición de pobrecista está amparada dentro de los términos. Es la fobia, el odio o el temor a las personas pobres o desfavorecidas. Esta definición es cortesía o provista por el Diccionario de la Lengua Española. Next. Dentro de pobreza es importante resaltar que existen muchos tipos de pobreza, que uno dice, a veces se remite a la material, que es la última que estoy ahí mencionando, pero hay muchos tipos, inclusive también está como metáfora el uso de este término. Y aquí yo les tengo algunas definiciones que tomé de la página Economipedia. La primera que menciono es la pobreza relativa, la voy a retomar más adelante. Esta es cómo se compara el ingreso de un grupo respecto al otro. Cabe resaltar que todas estas definiciones de alguna u otra manera son problemáticas porque pueden ser subjetivas de acuerdo a la manera que se miden. Y la relativa es de la más problemática que existe. Porque si tenemos una comunidad con unos ingresos estables, no, regresemos por favor, con unos ingresos estables y alguien tiene unos ingresos menores, pero aún así puede cubrir sus necesidades, es pobre con relación a esa mayoría que estamos considerando. La pobreza social, que es la segunda que tenemos, es transversal a todo tipo de pobreza porque es la que considera que es una situación social o un problema estructural de la sociedad, de la comunidad, que impide a las personas llegar a unos medios de sustentabilidad. La rural es el centro de lo que es el pobrecismo, es cuando en zonas rurales se concibe la pobreza y esto es en países o regiones con menor desarrollo industrial. Como ahí es donde se ve mucha de la cultura tradicional, son lugares donde el pobrecismo tiende a golpear fuerte. La pobreza urbana, como su nombre indica, es la pobreza cuando se manifiesta en áreas urbanas, que el costo de vida típicamente es más caro y las personas al mudarse no pueden sustentarse. La absoluta o extrema. Según la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, definen esta pobreza cuando las personas tienen un ingreso de $1.90 al día, que son poco menos de $700 al año. Para tomar como referencia, yo he calculado que una persona edad clase media baja en Puerto Rico, eso es lo que se gastaría en un mes, así que imagínense, se gasta un año. Y la pobreza material, que es cuando es la incapacidad de acceder a recursos como empleo, escolaridad, y esta se da muchas veces por la desigualdad entre lo que llamamos ricos y pobres, o los accesos a los bienes y a la distribución de riqueza. Next. Aquí tenemos ejemplos de noticias que nos quieren resaltar lo que es la superación, pero son ejemplos de pobrecismo. A la izquierda tenemos una maestra que camina una gran cantidad de distancia para llegar a ejercer su trabajo, a impartir el plan de la enseñanza, y a la derecha cómo se celebra una sonrisa a pesar de no tener recursos tecnológicos. Pero tenemos que cuestionarnos lo que pasa realmente detrás de estas noticias. La maestra posiblemente es un ejemplo de lo que es pobreza material. Siendo una persona profesional, no es que vamos a decir que por ser profesional tiene derecho a tener un carro propio, pero que tenga unas facilidades para que ella pueda desempeñarse mejor en su trabajo, igual que sus estudiantes puedan adquirir mejores conocimientos. Next. Aquí tenemos otro ejemplo. En el centro tenemos lo que es la noticia: niña vive en la calle, hace tareas bajo la lluvia. Y en los bordes tenemos la crítica: romantizar la pobreza. ¿Dónde está el Estado? Dice la parte de abajo. Queremos niños con derechos, que de hecho los niños son el 50% de la población mundial pobre. La mitad son adultos y la mitad son niños que tienen, ¿verdad? No dependen de sus padres o de circunstancias externas. Next. Los discursos progresistas. Tenemos aquí varias menciones, y uno de los discursos progresistas es el síndrome del Salvador Blanco. El síndrome del Salvador Blanco es cuando una persona viene de un continente pudiente o de un país o de una región a otros lugares donde hay escasez y hay necesidad. Hay una diferencia bien sutil pero importantísima entre ayudar horizontalmente, solidaridad, y ayudar desde un punto de vista de superioridad moral y económica. Esto es lo que es el Salvador Blanco, y típicamente involucra a niños. Es el famoso, como el segundo punto, turismo de pobreza. Muchas personas que van a estos lugares a sacarse fotos con las personas, con niños, en vez de hacer una ayuda real y un cambio. En la política tenemos el discurso de hay que ayudar a los pobres. Encontré ejemplos en el presidente de México, que usa mucho esto. En Argentina se usa. Encontré menciones en Colombia, ¿verdad? Como un vecino país del Caribe. Y se me hizo difícil encontrar discursos políticos en las Antillas, pero sí tenemos desde otro punto de vista. En el turismo, muchas personas, esto lo he escuchado yo personalmente, toman cruceros para ir a las islitas a ver cómo vive esa gente, que puede ser curiosidad, pero puede ser enajenación. Son personas igual que nosotros vivimos en una isla, porque ellos son las islitas. Es un discurso condescendiente que se adjunta tanto al Salvador Blanco como al turismo de la pobreza. Y la subvención de la pobreza, que te doy el mínimo necesario para que subsista, más no te ayuda a desarrollarte como individuo, y asumir la excepción como la regla, que va de la mano de las imágenes. Si una persona se superó en circunstancias difíciles, eso le puede pasar a todo el mundo, cuando sabemos que es falso, o inferimos que es falso, porque el sistema puede estar diseñado de tal manera que no tenga las herramientas para salir, que sean excepciones más que reglas. Nos seguimos moviendo de tema a la clase media. ¿Cómo se define la clase media? Pues Ricardo Murillo, un economista ibérico de la península ibérica, me parece que es de Cataluña, dice que definirlo es sumamente difícil, porque la clase media no es una clase uniforme. Es un espacio donde se inserta una diversidad de personas increíble dependiendo del país y la procedencia. Sin embargo, él dice que se puede describir que tiene una estabilidad financiera relativa, una calidad de vida que pretende traspasar a su descendencia, y unos valores similares. Típicamente, mis hijos van a la universidad para que sean alguien en la vida. Es un estereotipo trillado, pero es un valor que describe parte de la mentalidad de la clase media. Los niveles se relacionan con lo que mencioné anteriormente sobre lo tenía por aquí, la pobreza relativa, porque un clase media que apenas ya era clase media, pero un clase media que tiene unos ingresos considerables, pero aún pertenece a esta clase, ahí hay una pobreza relativa. Y esto produce discrimen, porque somos clase media, pero yo tengo, qué sé yo, me doy el lujo de tener el celular último modelo. Estoy parafraseando una anécdota que tengo, pero me la ahorro por cuestiones de tiempo. Entre adolescentes, por el simple hecho de yo tener un celular moderno y el tuyo sea de 2 generaciones anteriores, se produce un discrimen por lo que es el dentro de la clase media y lo que es la pobreza relativa. Clasificación incorrecta: cuando unas personas se asumen de una clase que no son, también puede pasar al revés. Mala prioridad del uso de los recursos. Me compro un celular último modelo, pero no tengo transportación, y se insertan en una clase que no les corresponde, que los queremos recibir, se quiere recibir. La idea es que todo el mundo salga de la escasez, pero no tiene todavía la autogestión para insertarse en la clase media. Y el discrimen, que ya lo mencioné. Como consecuencia y conclusión de este discurso, insistimos en el discrimen. Un ensayista de apellido genovés, ahorita le busco la referencia, citó en un escrito que encontré por internet: los pobrecistas quieren tanto a los pobres que quieren que siga siendo pobres toda la vida. Es qué bonitos se ven, pero déjalos allá. La marginalización, André Peña también, él es psicólogo en este caso, en un podcast que él tiene que es mordaz, ¿verdad? Porque es de crítica social, aludiendo a un estilo jocoso pero incisivo. Él dice que algunas personas dicen, es tan de mi tierra y tan de mi gente, pero, y cito sus palabras porque él es mexicano, pinche naco si se compra un iPhone. Es una crítica mordaz, pero es la marginalización, cómo se da. Se perpetúa la necesidad, ahí vemos lo que es Children International, World Vision, que dice, denos dinero para alimentarnos, pero no siempre se ve la trayectoria de qué pasó con estas personas cuando son adultos, si prosperaron o si tuvieron hijos que vuelven al programa. Por lo menos yo no lo he visto, posiblemente la estadística esté. Y colonialismo y explotación. Si bien para los 1950 y 60 las Naciones Unidas tienen el Comité de Descolonización y muchos países se independizaron, la realidad que muchos conocemos es la explotación de recursos que aparece en Sudamérica, en muchos países de África, y China mismo para sus conciudadanos es un tipo de colonialismo que, aunque no hay una dominación política directa, hay una explotación y un robo de recursos a las personas que habitan esta zona. Esto será mi presentación. Los referencias están open request porque se me olvidó ponerlas a lo último, y muchas gracias por su atención.
Aplauso, aplauso para ambas presentadoras, presentadores. Bueno, unas presentaciones bien interesantes, y yo creo que ambas tienen que ver con lo que llamamos en inglés lens, sobre todo the colonial lens. So both of these presentations, I think, are talking about lenses. So we go from the lens of the camera to the colonial lens of the flaneur in Lynette Cintron's presentation. And then Luis Rivera's presentation ended with a remark that cued us to the lens that he's talking about, which is a colonial lens, and how certain people are seen through that lens, how classes are created by that lens, how poverty is depicted by that lens, romanticized by that lens, sensationalized by that lens, etc., etc. And that how actually it's the same colonial system that produces that poverty. So anyway, let's open up to questions now. Any questions from the audience? ¿Preguntas? ¿Comentarios?
Sí, profesor Elvin. I'm speaking Spanish for Luis. Luis, esta pregunta para ti. La pregunta es si tú has pensado o reflexionado sobre las implicaciones de pobrecismo al activismo, ¿verdad? Porque, por ejemplo, los activistas hablan de una manera muy abstracta sobre la gente pobre, ¿verdad? En muchas veces, en muchos casos, como son clase media también, y no están vinculados con las personas que hablan. Entonces, en ese sentido, están hablando de gente que no conocen. Y a veces se hace como otra historia, como que, no, yo vengo de ese trasfondo, está bien, pero te desvinculaste de ese trasfondo. Ya tú no estás en esa neighborhood, ya tú no estás ahí, ¿verdad? Que en ese sentido, el pobrecismo, la manera que los pobres, depictions of the poor, me gustaría saber esa perspectiva sobre el activismo en cuanto a pobrecismo. Gracias.
Gracias a ti, me gusta tu pregunta. Inclusive el pobrecismo es un tema bien delicado, precisamente por lo que tú traes. Que el activismo, lamentablemente, muchas veces quien lo practica son unas personas que se abanderan de una causa sin tener representantes de la causa. Y ellos, como mencioné en la introducción, un pasado imaginado, en ese sentido es un presente imaginado también. Estas personas son dignas. No es que no son dignas, me refraseo. Estas personas, como son dignas, merecen estar como nosotros, y ahí tenemos un paternalismo, ¿no? Yo hablo por ellos porque ellos no pueden. ¿Por qué no extraigo de estas personas que estén dispuestas a hablar de su experiencia? Claro, todo es un punto de propaganda, pero el punto, no sé si estoy contestando, me estoy yendo por la tangente, es que aunque el activismo es bueno para uno tratar de mejorar la condición de vida de ellos, lamentablemente el activismo a veces son las primeras personas que hacen causa del pobrecismo, como que mira qué bueno yo soy porque defiendo a estas personas sin voz, en vez de yo ir a donde ellos a recuperar una de sus voces.
Sí, otra
No sé si
pregunta,
bien, o me fui por otro lado.
otra pregunta, otro comentario, more questions or comments? No? Okay, well, if not, I have one.
¿Quieres hacer un comentario?
I want to
Okay,
ask,
sí. ¿A quién?
sí, alguien iba a hablar.
¿Quién no?
Gracias,
¿Quién habla? Shasteni, por favor.
Que justo el otro día estaba hablando sobre un tema similar sobre el pobrecismo y el activismo turístico con unas amistades mías y caímos en cuenta y estábamos hablando mucho sobre que muchas de estas, especialmente en oportunidades que son del bachillerato, con muchos estudiantes de medicina, ellos cogen un retreat, por decirlo así, de 10 días que cuesta casi $4,000. Y esto se supone que sea un tiempo para uno ser, pues uno ayudar y todo esto, pero literalmente es $4,000 para pasar 10 días en un país de pobres recursos o en una ciudad de pobres recursos fuera de Puerto Rico, donde lo que ocurre, por lo que ellos me han mencionado normalmente, es fiesta por 10 días y un photoshoot al final. Y no tienen ningún impacto positivo en la comunidad que ellos están visitando. Usualmente solamente son intrusos en esa comunidad por 10 días y luego se van y no tienen ningún impacto. Y por mi parte, lo que pienso es que estas personas a veces ni saben ni saben lo que están haciendo en algunos casos, porque a veces uno piensa como que yo soy boricua, yo soy puertorriqueño, yo no puedo, I'm not a colonizer, yo no estoy colonizando nada, yo estoy ayudando, pero no, es como que ese dinero no va a la comunidad, ese dinero va a una compañía privada que es la que coordina todo y la comunidad, como siempre, se queda atrás.
Luis, ¿quieres contestar?
Sí, now I'll try to switch to English for our audience. Forgive my stuttering. It's been a while. I don't practice the second language. What Shastan was saying brings me to when I was taking your semantics class, when I asked you, who are these elites, these colonizers, and I'm paraphrasing, you can correct me, you said something along the lines of, we, to a certain extent, as long as we have resources and privileges, we may be accomplices of those colonizers. So it's kind of like what she was saying. And also, I wanted to add that I rather use pobrecismo in Spanish because in English, it's hard to find an equivalent because you can find pauperism, but that's something different. That's like an economical study of the needs, not actually the discourse that I'm trying to bring. And also in Sweden, they have this mockery award about the rusty radiator. There was a campaign they were having because it was something along the lines of people from Africa are aware of how people in Sweden are having cold. So they're sending radiators for people in Sweden to heat up during winter. It's not mocking Africans, it's mocking the people who will say, I'll give you a coin and you will be all right. And from that mockery, they invented the Golden Radiator Award, which is a recognition for the institutions that do a good representation of the needs and they want to eradicate the poverty. And they also have the mockery one, which is the rusty radiator, which is like an anti-prize that they award to people who do what they call pornography of poverty, which is what we're speaking about. Look at these pictures, look at these poor people, I'm here saving them, now I'm going home and I had a blast.
Yes. Okay, so I think in Lynette's presentation, she actually concretizes some of this in real figures. So the flaneur is that person who has that kind of gaze, that colonial gaze. And it's interesting that she connects with Baudelaire, because Baudelaire could be seen as really part of the first wave of bourgeois poets in France, and a real kind of expression of what it means to be at the center of an empire. And I think Luis was touching on that too, how Puerto Rico intersects with empire. But I think Professor Kuwabong had a question or a comment.
Yes, it's both. For Lynette, her presentation, looking at the French, and that it has always been the French or the Spanish or the European gaze of the other that has invigorated their own artistic creativities and so on. But for me, looking at Angela, and so I have not watched the movie, is it possible to look at it as the colonized returning the gaze? It was, I'm thinking of an Ivorian writer who wrote about an Ivorian in Paris, and almost like an African anthropologist examining the French and finding them. The gaze is so strong, you can't help but laugh. And also with Louis, the white savior complex or white savior syndrome and so on. Oftentimes when I go out to conferences with my Puerto Rican students, or we go to the islands in between, I'm always amazed as what I call erasable memories by almost everybody. They have their cell phone, they have their camera, they are taking pictures, which once they return home, they don't even remember sometimes where these pictures are. And then after some time, they erase them. It's irrelevant. But while they are there, they feel entitled to take these photos to show how exotic these places are, different from Puerto Rico or similar to Puerto Rico, but not the same, etc., etc. And I'm always wondering what this is all about, whether we as people from Puerto Rico don't feel the same kind of entitlement when we go to other islands, that we are entitled to the luxury of taking photos, of going into places and saying, okay, so the idea of colonization of the poor is there. But I also want to look at it as appropriation of the voices or the spatial locations of the poor in order to enhance our own feelings of entitlement. What do you say?
Lynette, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, so you can get Angela on, it was available on Amazon Prime until recently, but you can rent it on VOD, and it's for rent on Amazon Prime. It's like $2.99. And I mean, yeah, of course, that's, I took the route of the City Symphony, you know, like the long way there of the City Symphony and the Flanus. But it's definitely about returning the gaze. It's definitely about, you know, being the one with the gaze, which is so often associated with power and agency and so on, right? So to position Angela as the ideal Flanus, right, it's to decenter that white colonial gaze, right? That's one of the purposes of doing so. Yeah, absolutely. I really do like that comment. And there's other ways in which you can analyze the film that you would get there. I mean, there's elements here of accented cinema, which is a type of cinema that also does that. But I focus on the City Symphony and the flaneur precisely because of that collapse between the director and, you know, the ideal subject of modernity that is going to be the translator of the city, right? The modern subject. And yeah.
I like the way that you brought in different lenses. So you brought in as well a lens from the Soviet Union, which was really good because, and and you could see in the images on the poster that actually there is a female image there. Yes. And that was interesting, but whether she's the subject or the object is another question. Yeah. And also, if you translate the Russian, they're talking really about the nexus between human beings and machines. And of course, her figure is represented almost like a mechanical thing rather than and so all of that was really, really interesting how all of that was bundled up in there. So,
and of course, even today, I just quickly, even today, you associate so often, you know, the representations of metropolis in film with male directors. Even today, he whose name I don't want to mention, but Woody Allen, for example, in the case of New York, and Martin Scorsese, right? But here, you know, Angela and Juan Pablo Arenas Molina, which is why I read the director's statement. This is a complete collaboration between them, right? So that's why I'm talking about that, how her gaze, it's a double decentering of the heteropatriarchal male gaze, which includes the gaze of the director, the gaze of planners, and all that, precisely because she's such a collaborator in the film. It's both their film, right? So yeah, and of course the gaze of whiteness as well, and with the man with a movie camera and that whole idea, you know, man with a movie camera, and it was really, you know, the keynote's male, but you know, it's a woman who edits the film, and what's a film without editing, you know? So there you go.
And so then we get to the point. Okay, so what do we do about this? And I think this is where maybe Luis's presentation really gets us, unpacks some of this. So in other words, how do we move out of a colonial lens, or how do we replace a colonial lens, or create a variety of lenses that we can use instead of the colonial lens? And I don't know if it's impossible to get free of the colonial lens. I don't know if I believe in that kind of complete break. But one image in Luis's presentation was of the children playing in the village, okay, and with the smiles. Okay, look at those smiles, even though they don't have telephones, etc., etc. But in other words, those lenses are also informed by traces, and those traces can be traces of involve very much traces of memory. And so what the colonial lens has done, it's also erased or made us blind to a whole bunch of traces and memories. And so what it means is that the person looking at those children is defining poverty in terms of cell phones, etc., and internet access and all this kind of thing, but also is blind to other things that those children might have. So, and this is, I think, a very big difference when we're talking about urban poverty and rural poverty, but also there are different kinds of rural poverty. And when you're looking at those children in that particular village, chances are that they are richer than you are, Luis, in terms of the land that they have, the access to food that they have, the access to water that they have. In other words, poverty itself is a product of capitalism. So in other words, before capitalism or plunder, so in other words, there are a couple of stages before capitalism, but before about 5,000 years ago, poverty did not exist. Our ancestors lived without poverty. And these children may be still living in that particular situation. Okay, it looks like they're living in a part of the world that has never been really conquered, where the systems of plunder have never really been established. So for those children, actually, the word poverty doesn't even apply. And so, in other words, they have to be seen through a whole other lens. And that different lens that they require, okay, is part of a set of new lenses that we can use to actually get out of the role of flaneur and get into other kinds of roles that are more in solidarity with the people that are being seen by that particular lens. So all of that is, I think, really important there. And so I'm glad that you put that picture in there, because it gets us to another level. That there's something wrong with not just this idea of glorifying poverty, but actually understanding the history of poverty. Without an understanding of the history of poverty and how it's actually a very recent creation, and also an artificial thing that's been imposed on people very recently in human history, then we are limited in terms of the other kinds of lenses that we can adopt, the other kinds of lenses that we can try to develop to see through. Lenses that give us more permission to see what's really out there instead of the lens we have now that actually is blinding us to most of what's out there. And the only way we can see poverty is through this kind of a very, very idealistic or sensationalized or romantic understanding of poverty. Okay, more. We have time for some more questions, more comments?
As a kind of rejoinder, there is a theory in eco-psychology which questions, are we happy yet with all these gadgets, with all this wealth, with all this so-called development? Are we happy yet? That the type of capitalist exploitations and romanticization of the poor, etc., that is devoid of other environmental and ecological, social inputs into who the people, who a human being really is, can lead to madness, a madness that makes us live in the delusion that if I can only get more pay and amass a yacht and a this and a that and a that, I'll be happy. But what about human relations? Is that not the beginning of real happiness and real wealth, real riches, and so on? So the selective gaze of the camera, when Professor Faraclas asked what way in which we can break away from this colonial gaze, I said selfies. You have your own cell phone and you do a selfie and you post it. Basically, if you look at it, it might be a way of breaking from people coming in and taking your photo, taking you. So you can select your pose, you can select your background, you can do whatever you want with that selfie. So technology might be bad, but it can also lead to a decolonized gaze in which you are the one gazing at yourself and posting your own self-gaze and so on. How people interpret what you put out there, that's their problem, not yours, and so on.
Yeah, lenses again, another lens. How do we see technology? Because actually, is technology inherently good or bad? Of course, we've been conditioned to believe, even like have a almost religious faith that technology is always good, and that technology is always in our interest. It's going to make us happier, like you said, is going to fulfill us. But actually, but then there's a flip lens that says technology is always bad. In other words, why can't we look at technology and see, is it in serving our interests and made in our image, or is it serving somebody else's interest and made in their interest? If it's serving, if it's made in our image and serving our interests, then yes, maybe we can see it differently. Unfortunately, though, most of the technology that's around has not been made in our interests and image. It's made in the image and interest of a ruling class. And of course, that leads us to flip the lens. But a flipped lens, it may be just as, it doesn't really get us out of the problem. And I think that's what Luis was also talking about, a flipped lens, so that you can go from one extreme to the other of erasing poverty totally and being blind to it. Or if you allow yourself to see it, you can only see it in very sensationalized and romanticized, idealized ways. And it's that same kind of only two possibilities, that binary. It's either this or that, and it can't be anything in between or can't be anything outside. So all of those things are going on when we're talking about these lenses. But it's a really, I'm really glad that we started out with these two presentations, because they're really talking to us about how we see the world, and those lenses that we use, and how we can start to take control over which lenses we're using, or developing new ones that we weren't used to using before, etc., etc. Anyway, unfortunately,
I know we don't
go
have
ahead.
time.
Yeah, Lynette, go ahead.
But I wanted to quickly answer Dannabang that, Angela, it's a good example, right? Because part of it was shot on an iPhone, and that's a great way to skirt permits, right? Because nobody's gonna look twice at somebody filming anything on an iPhone, right? So it's a great way to go around that, especially when you have no budget. And of course, you know, filming on actual film is expensive. So having digital technology also facilitates these new lenses sometimes, you know.
Yeah, so that whole question of access as well is really, really important. And this gets back to Luis's point about how we are positioned as symbolic elites. We have the means to pay for the process that is involved in film. Very short, Luis, very short.
Sí. First of all, I want to thank everybody for the questions, Professor Kuwabong, Elvin also, and everybody else. All of your questions and comments have brought me lots of insights and reference that I can explain due to constraint of time. I wanted to say two things and I forgot one, so I have one left. I remember this Colombian Japanese, he's a social worker. His name is Yokoi Kenji. He speaks about another lenses of this topic, and he brings people, depressed people from Japan to Colombia, so they see another part of the world, another lenses, and he explains that a typical expression, as you know, Japan is something completely different. 90% of their population is middle class, and when they arrive to humble area of Colombia, they see the extensive lands. Japanese typically live in small apartments. They see people with stray dogs. They usually are not allowed to have pets. And the first thing they ask, are these people rich? They have dogs. They have all of this land. So the perspective changes, because coming from a 90% middle class society, they come to areas that Western society considers poor, and they see them richer than themselves because of the other resources that Professor Faraclas and Professor Kuwabong were speaking about.
Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time for comments and questions for those two presentations, but let's give another round of applause to both of those presenters. And let's go on to the next session now. Our first presenter is Mildred M. Vargas Astacio, and she'll be talking about the Puerto Rican linguistic other, how the media contributes to racialization and marginalization of Puerto Ricans. Mildred, can you see the slide on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I will let me know when to change them.
All right. I think you can change right now, since I can just start with it. Thank you everyone for being here with me today, with all of us. So I wanted to give a bit of background of where my idea comes from. So it is originated from a situation I often face as an educator. I have always students expressing that they feel self-conscious about using their linguistic repertoires. They even refer to them as being broken or not good enough. I wanted to understand the origins of those beliefs, and to what extent could they be connected with profiling people. I started to define them my purpose of the study, which is this far to understand how Puerto Ricans view each other in relation to language use. Is it possible that these views connect with the issues of racialization, marginalization, and discrimination? Could even media contribute to those views? Based on this, I created my preliminary research questions, which are: how do Puerto Ricans perceive one another in relation to language use? What does local media say about language use in Puerto Rico and how it relates to the Caribbean? For this, I will be using local newspaper, radio station, and its website version. In relation to the newspapers, I use mostly the online version from their website and Instagram accounts. And my second question will be: how do the media's and Puerto Ricans' own views about language use impact people living on the island? How do these views about how language is used on the island position or associate Puerto Rico in a geographical mindset? In order to answer these questions, then I proceed to collect specific data, which is related to or specifically tied to screenshots of sections, headlines, and sample quotes from online version of local newspaper and website. In this specific case, I took from El Nuevo Día, Metro Puerto Rico, Primera Hora, and La Academia Puertorriqueña de la Lengua Española. These samples are specifically related to the use of linguistic varieties in Puerto Rico, and I use the process of discourse analysis to analyze this data. So going on to the theories and concepts that can go hand to hand with this research. I use discourse analysis, but from the perspective of multimodal discourse analysis, which is a concept that expands that the study of linguistics along with other semiotic repertoires to create meanings or messages are used or are being used for print and online publications. Then racial linguistics, my definition is based on Jonathan Rosa and Nelson Flores' definition of the concept, which for this case aids to understand what people express about each other's use of varieties, how people make judgments about each other based on race, linguistic repertoires on others, leading them to exclude some groups and classify them as a racial other. Within that theory, then we have concepts such as languagelessness, which refers to the idea of people believing that they lack or don't own a language because they don't use a variety that is considered the standard. Then the term racial profiling, or just profiling in this case, since I'm still diving into the racial part, it is this concept that connects language and semiotic forms, like the uses of language and semiotic forms, to target certain groups and their practices in a negative way. The concept of erasure refers to the act of erasing an identity, language, varieties, and culture by diminishing or making them invisible through different means. The idea of the other and othering, in this case, the online other, online othering, refers to the abusive behaviors manifested online to diminish certain groups. And I decided to include also translanguaging as a lens to also analyze the data, because language is multimodal. All linguistic varieties and repertoires include also the semiotic repertoires, which can expand to images, audio, videos, headlines, and so on. So that way it will help me understand how headlines connect vicious text to send a specific meaning or message to people, and how people see these views. Now to dive into the data, which is the finding number one, and the data heads towards the idea of the absent or unprepared English educator. In this case on the screen, we have phrases highlighted and words highlighted from both Metro Puerto Rico and a column from El Nuevo Dia. And in this case, they are judging the languages educators as either absent or unprepared, or even incompetent, incapable of teaching. So for example, the first one is actually judging the Spanish educator, or the Spanish course educator, because the educator is seen as not capable and even blamed for teaching the incorrect Spanish. So the Spanish being taught in the classroom is not the appropriate or correct Spanish for Puerto Ricans to be using, because they only focus on literature instead of focusing on teaching the standard Spanish. Then on the sample from El Nuevo Dia, we have then the English educator in Puerto Rico being questioned in terms of capacity to use English and teach it to students. Up until finding number two, the uneducated, incapable, unsuccessful, inadequate bilingual Puerto Rican. Actually, I included two slides on this, but the first one, these two samples from Primera Hora and El Nuevo Dia, as then this different category. The column from Primera Hora highlights the ongoing battle between having varieties for which some people see as negative and try to even correct people when they are using their variety. This case highlights the use of empanadilla pastelillo, and the source originally is trying to explain why varieties exist. But the important part that I used, because it connects a lot with other data that I found in other medias, is that there is this ongoing battle of how varieties in Puerto Rico are being used and people see them as negative. So it does address perfectly that situation. Meanwhile, in the headline from Andy and novodia.com, starts diminishing the learning of linguistic repertoires and focuses on making people believe that they're languageless because they don't use adequately standard English or standard Spanish. They're not saying explicitly standard English or standard Spanish, but I am assuming that they are referring to that because starting from the headline, Fracasa el bilingüismo en Puerto Rico, it's already saying that people are unable to learn or use English or Spanish. Now for the second part of this data, the next slide, Professor. Then we have the samples from La Academia Puertorriqueña de la Lengua Española, which has a lot of spotlight on the radio station from the western region of Puerto Rico. And although their webpage and radio programs are usually described, and that's what specifically I highlighted from the screenshots, they are described as to help people have access to different forms of education. The words and phrases used in each diminish or attempt to erase varieties, so it's a bit of a contradiction there. They often refer to certain varieties as containing, and I quote, anglicismos innecesarios, and that we should aim to say it correctly. So they don't expand on this idea of why exactly it is correct one variety versus the other, but it just go on to then referring in their webpage that the linguistic repertoire from Puerto Rico, one of them being is a Spanish connected to Spain instead of a Spanish, which has different varieties from the Caribbean and from many other languages. They just tie it down to Spanish from Spain, erasing all of the connections and interactions between people across time, across spaces, and across the Caribbean. So for my conclusions this far, I have that media in Puerto Rico has been contributed to the negative views toward particular linguistic varieties through certain publications. Although publications that promote the contrary, for example, the use of positive or the use of varieties of something positive, have been published with the purpose of showing people that varieties always existed and they are part of us. Publications that view linguistic varieties as negative are still being around with the purpose of urging people to use standard varieties. These views and contributions from media might have an effect on people since media is profiling people as others who are incapable of using what certain groups consider language and erases linguistic varieties. Last but not least, language as a concept is being tied in media either to the US or Spain, not the Caribbean, also erasing and even promoting the belief that geographically Puerto Rico is not part of the Caribbean and that we don't have linguistic varieties or share anything with the Caribbean. This also suggests that media is urging people to learn and use standard English from the US and standard Spanish from Spain. Upon some reflection and further study that I want to dive into so I can expand my idea, which I also want to approach this for my dissertation, is that I wish to dive more into the pedagogical implications to connect it with how students also view or are impacted by these views, such as media, being exposed to that type of media, how it also affects language ideologies and identities, not only limited to students, and how Puerto Ricans are racialized based on language use. I want to dive more into the specific groups that are being actually created to categorize people besides just the judgment. Thus, how do these views about how language is used on the island or associate Puerto Rico in a geographical mindset? And for this part, I will then incorporate participants instead of just publications, since due to the pandemic, I've been trying to tie down how can I include the human aspect of all of these data and how.
Okay. We froze, but I think we'll be back in a minute. Maybe if people turn off their videos, we'll get
request if you wish to access that more. And thank you for listening to me, and any doubts, I will be here for the question and answer question. And thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you. Applause. Okay, we will have time for questions afterwards. So we're going to go straight on to the next presentation, which is by, see, I have it here, Shasteni P. Cabrera Rodan.
Yes.
It's titled Puerto Rican Youth and the N-Word. And let me get that up on the screen for you, Shastini. There we go. Okay. Shastini, can you see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Let me know when you want me to change the slide.
Perfect. Thank you everybody for being here and for letting me present my research proposal on Puerto Rican identity, African descended people, and the use of racial slurs. So, starting with just slurs in general, they're defined as an insulting or disparaging remark or innuendo. And there has been research that obviously there are various negative epithets that have been reclaimed by marginalized communities as a way to deal with the oppression that they have faced or are continuing to face. There are many theories on just slurs in general, but Joseph Hedger and Catherine Ritchie tend to argue that these slurs have offensive meaning at the semantic level, not just pragmatically. There's people who agree with that and people who don't. But importantly, Anderson tends to argue along with Ritchie that they're one of the major theories trying to explain their slurs, the ambiguity of slurs is not completely correct because they don't have any capacity to explain why slurs can be appropriated, and when they're appropriated, why only certain groups can use them. Next on, Anderson also writes a little bit about just the N-word in general and within the African American community, along with the different processes that it had to undergo through to be able to be reclaimed to fight racial oppression. And this racial oppression has been very horrible and exacerbated and brought more to the light to the media's eye, especially last year with the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and right now the trial for the murder of George Floyd is currently going on. And as that is happening, another murder has been extremely highlighted by the media of Dante Wright in Minnesota as well. So this is an ongoing battle that will hopefully have an end, but right now it is a battle. So moving on from that, we have like studies on just the appropriation of and the friendly use of the N-word, and within these studies other racial groups could possibly have certain identities that help them identify with the African American community, be it extra linguistic or linguistic similarities, and these characteristics create a scenario where outsiders could possibly gain some permissions that would allow them to use the slur in a non-pejorative way and at least in a neutral manner. Kind of switching a little bit, I would like to talk a little bit about music because it's one of the easiest way to just share cultural characteristics and just internationally. And Sungyul Park and we actually have a specific research on the usage of form, phenomena, and lexicon, where they deem that authenticity is one of the most important selective processes to be able to take into consideration if the speaker that is currently appropriating the characteristic or the phenomena is allowed to be doing it. So they look into certain characteristics such as race, ethnicity, social, economic status, culture, among others. And specifically with my possible research, Giovannetti presents similarities between the African American community and the Puerto Rican community, and he highlights the creation of the music genres of reggaeton and rap, where reggaeton was popularized and created in low-income housing projects like Los Caseríos, and rap was also popularized and created within low-income communities of African Americans in the United States. As well, Valentin Marquez had a study in 2006 about the introduction of the glottal stop in Puerto Rican youth, and he argues that this phenomenon was introduced because of the reggaeton, and because reggaeton has its roots within hip hop and rap in the United States, which in turn has its roots and is mixed with non-prestigious varieties of English like African American English and English lexifier Jamaican Creole. Therefore, it is widely understood that a lot of popular expressions are introduced into the vocabulary of young people through popular music. And in part, it is argued that this is likely what introduced and popularized the non-pejorative use of the N-word outside the African American community. Moving on to just the identity of Puerto Ricans and especially Afro-Boricuas and African descended identities, we can look to the United States Census as a sort of one level of indication of how Puerto Ricans view themselves currently and in the past, where in the 1950s, 77% of the population identified as white in Puerto Rico. In the 2000s, it elevated to 80% of the populations identified as white. Of course, as of right now, there are many initiatives to try to minimize this and educate Puerto Ricans about their multiplicity of identities and how they're not just white. But obviously, being the United States Census, they don't give as much thought into the choices that they put in. So it is it's easier to just put white and move on. But in 1965, Rodriguez Cruz writes an article, and he argues that racial prejudice does exist in Puerto Rico. And he claims that the United States invasion exacerbated the division between the Afro-Boricua community and European descended Puerto Ricans. And an important part of his paper is that he argues that in some level, Puerto Ricans have denied or ignored that racial prejudice exists in Puerto Rico, in part because he thinks that these people view at how racial prejudice is treated in the United States and how it occurs here, and they can't correlate both of them. So they sometimes believe that racial discrimination does not exist or is not as bad here in Puerto Rico. And moving on, now Montes, in his article, he confirms and writes about a marked difference between the experience of Puerto Ricans with light skin tones and Afro-Puerto Ricans, because he claims that Afro-Boricuas suffer a double colonization and that they suffer from different forms of structural racism on the island, which includes social marginalization, lack of political representation, lack of historical and cultural recognition, and discrimination, not just in Puerto Rico, but in the United States if they decide to move. This idea of discrimination and forgetting our African links is also presented by Santos Febres, where she mentions that Afro-Puerto Ricans tend to have their race and history ignored, all for the sake of promoting this false illusion of political equality that does not exist. As well as Quintero offers that African heritage and identity is secondary to the European one in the majority of cases, and that African influence is delegated to the cultural periphery. So through all of this, Afro-Puerto Ricans, it's obvious that they have suffered racial prejudice and that their experiences in Puerto Rico differ to that of other Puerto Ricans, especially like European descended Puerto Ricans. As for the theoretical framework for my future research, I centered on Lovell Anderson's paper of calling, addressing, and appropriation, where he uses the concepts of speech community and community of practice, where in speech community, he delimits a group of people who recognize certain characteristics that they have in common, both linguistics and extralinguistics, that unite them as a group, but also exclude other people who don't meet the requirements to be in that group. But most importantly, one that he focused for the appropriation of slurs and the use of outgroup appropriation is the community of practice, because in this group, there are people who frequently participate in certain activities together. So it can be sports or friendship networks, or even things like gender, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status that can bring them together and allow this non-pejorative use of the N-word. And he pairs this with the illocutionary acts of calling and addressing, where he argues that calling is not what occurs when a non-pejorative use of the slur is used, because it conveys a certain linguistic offense and it demarcates a sense of distance between the speaker and the object, and that is the scenario that creates the insult that would be the use of the slur. What he does argue that occurs is the concept of addressing, because it is a greeting and it invokes a sense of pride and solidarity between both parties that are communicating. So through all of this, I have demarcated a few research questions that are my current ideas and my current draft of the proposal, because I would like to delve into how do Puerto Ricans identify regards to race now 2021, sorry. What social and ethnic and metalinguistic factors favor the use of the N-word, if there are any? How much knowledge do Puerto Ricans have of the history of the N-word, and how does this knowledge of their use affect the use of the slur? And how significant the influence of mass media, be it movies, music, newspapers, anything, affect the use of the N-word or by Puerto Ricans. And one of the most important ideas that and questions that I have is about the context of the use of the slur. Is there different contexts within the Puerto Rican community that deem it as more acceptable or less acceptable, such as the use in casual conversation, the use as a pejorative word against another person, especially one that is part of a marginalized group, or the use of it in song lyrics, just singing the song lyric of or just writing a song that has that kind of language. And also, do they recognize the difference of the version of the slur that ends with an A, which is technically deemed as more casual, more non-pejorative, versus the use of the word that ends in the ER, which is technically more of the majority of the time it is always in an insulting manner, but maybe there are different views here in Puerto Rico over that use. And that would be all. Thank you. Any advice or any questions are welcome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Applause. Applause for our speaker. And before we go on to the questions, we'll move on to our next presentation, which is titled Black History, Enslavement, and Education in Puerto Rico, a research project overview. And it will be presented by Stella M. Ramirez Rodriguez, Virginia Burnett, and Michael Cortez. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes.
Stella, can you see it?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
I
but your
see
sound is a little low. Maybe just speak a little louder.
All right.
Let me know when you want me to change the slides.
Oh, let's change it right now.
Oh,
there's a lot
okay.
to say, a little time. So, oh my God. Now, to help contextualize how Black history is taught in Puerto Rico, we should consider at least 3 concepts introduced by Puerto Rican researcher and anthropologist I got over here, Isal Godreau, Mariol Garreye, Marilu Franco, Thierry Cuadrado, in their article, The Lessons of Slavery, Discourses of Slavery, Mestizaje and Blanqueamiento in Elementary School in Puerto Rico. So the first concept is the maneuver of silence, ¿verdad? This means that there are strategies that lead to the erasure and overall absence of information about slavery. It manifests, the information of slavery is limited usually to a system that helped boost the economy and how it benefited ruling classes. With vague explanation of slavery treatment, the Módulo Didáctico Estudios Sociales de Puerto Rico that was provided in 2020 only alludes to this once in page 82, and it's to stress how it was necessary for the business, referring to slavery, right? So the result of this is, the construction of Black history and culture as something foreign, irrelevant, and clearly distinguishable from what it is considered Puerto Rican. Next slide, please. The second concept are the maneuvers of trivialization, right? This means the discourses predominantly downplay Black resistance to slavery and systemic global dimensions of racism during slavery. This manifests particularly with resistance and permutations of defiance from enslaved Africans are usually ignored, or we can consider them inexistent. Bomba music and dance, for example, they're discussed in page 138. That's more than halfway from the modulo, and it's addressed as something celebratory and usually pointed as an end-of-day activity, ignoring nor mentioning the musical genre's history as a method of counteraction. So the result of this is that the representation of slavery is something as local. It's a local phenomenon, and it pictures Blacks as passive victims of white actors' good or bad will. Next slide, please. Oops. Third and last concept is the maneuvers of simplification. This means that the discourses reduce, essentialize, pardon, and equate Blackness to slavery, and to set a narrowly defined features that are seen unattractive, primitive, or over folkloric. So the manifestation of this is quite particular and different from the last two, which means every reference to the African heritage is usually accompanied by the word enslaved. So there are no recognitions of specific African cultural aspects, rather generalized categorization labeled as African descendants or heritage. A suggested task from the aforementioned modulo is to create a collage based on representations of such cultures. And it is noteworthy to mention that this modulo, the only topic discussed referred as African heritage are superficial versions of bomba music and religion, voodoo, gaga, but that's all it offers. So the result of this is a construct of Blackness as something pure category that is equivalent to slave status, thus locating Africanism outside of the realm of present day, modern, and racially mixed Puerto Rico. Y pues nada, these three concepts were introduced to explain Puerto Rico's Department of Education approaches in the early 2000s. But in actuality, the examples I provided, like I mentioned, correspond to the year 2020, meaning that there has been an educational stagnation for almost 20 years. That's without counting ISAI's research and years prior to that. So in other words, we are confronting a systematic problem. And to expand on that, Virginia Burnett.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, the slide, institutional approaches, and
yes.
Yeah, that one. All right, so what we did was we searched all the more recent documents after the study that they did in 2010 that the Department of Education has issued as a basis for classes in public schools and in many of the private schools in Puerto Rico, especially for the programs of social studies, Spanish, and English. We searched for terms such as slavery, slaves, mestizaje, Africa, Africanos, afrodescendencia, racism, etc. For example, the word racism doesn't appear in any of the documents at all. So we found a lot of silencing and erasure. I'm not even going to show you the documents of the English department because there is no mention at all of any African heritage or anything related to slavery or African American literature, etc. Next slide, please. So this is the only page where anything related to African or descent or heritage is mentioned in the Spanish program. Out of the 799 pages of the Spanish curriculum map, this is the page. It is related to the cultural identity, and what it talks about is that in the transversal themes that should be covered in 4th to 6th grade and 10th through 12th grade, they should mention something about our African roots in our cultural identity. There is no explicit reference to any African influence in our language or literature at all in any of the curriculum maps or the Spanish standards, which are 116 pages. So again, erasure and silencing. Next page, please. Next slide. This slide is a picture of one of the concepts that is covered in the curricular map of social sciences, which is 179 pages long. Again, we found 3 pages where something related to Africa or slavery or racism is mentioned. In this case, what they do is give an example of our African heritage, specifically talking about los vejigantes. So again, the simplification of what African heritage is in Puerto Rican culture, relating it solely to folklore. Next slide, please. Again, this is part of the curriculum map. When they talk about studying the geography of Africa, there is no connection with Puerto Rico. It's completely unrelated. It's just like we're studying the geography in general. So it's not like we can actually see how the African geography is related to the Puerto Rican geography, or where African slaves came from, etc. Next slide, please. Then we also have 12th grade, where they talk about Afrodescendencia as part of our culture. Next slide, please. In these standards, which is 181 pages long, we have a lot of repetition of the categories where African heritage or slavery is included. One of them is, as we can see here in the standards for kindergarten, as part of our roots, one of our 3 roots, right? The indigenous, European, or African roots. Next slide. In 3rd grade, the only mention of anything related to this is the memory of the day of abolition of slavery. Next slide, please. 4th grade can be considered kind of like a summary of what you will study throughout the next years, the 12 years of school, related to these topics. So in the standard of change and continuity, they talk about the arrival of Africans as part of the historical moments in Puerto Rico. Again, simplification, trivialization, there's really is no, I mean, they put it at the same level as the arrival of the conquistadores, or, things like that. So we also have the speaking of mestizaje cultural, which is a very controversial way of referring to how we are, have these mixed cultures in Puerto Rico. Next slide, please. That's 4th grade again. Wait, hold on. Here we have the migration issue. Africa seen as part of the waves of migration to Puerto Rico. Again, an oversimplification of what actually happened. Then we also have in the next slide what we were talking about before, slavery only seen from an economic perspective. Next slide, please. Now we're in 5th grade. And again, like I said before, these are going to be repeated ways of talking about the themes of slavery, of our African heritage. And when you keep going down, next slide, I'm just showing, and I mean, actually, these are the only pages in the standards of social studies where there is a mentioning of something related to the heritage. In 7th grade, which is, I think, the slide, I can't really see the slide you have right now. But
okay, you can't see it. Can everybody see this slide? Says CC 7.2, analiza y evalúa cambios.
Yes, we just.
All right, okay, the next one. 7th grade is the, yes, it's CG 7273. Yep. It's the first time that they actually start treating the topic in relationship to the global roots of slavery and of, the relationship between Puerto Rico and the rest of the world, seen through slavery and through the migration of Africans. And then after that, we have the rest of the grades, which are more or less the same as the previous ones. There is nothing really different from what Michael has presented and what we are seeing in the new documents. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Virginia. So contemporary times, what has changed? Before we talk about what is happening in what has happened in 2020 as well as 2021, I would be remiss to forget to discuss the 2015 incident wherein the Department of Education decided that it was actually going to eliminate all history courses, i.e. social science courses, up to 3rd grade. The Asociación de Historiadores de Puerto Rico weren't up in arms. The community itself and the Department of Education was like, yeah, no, I guess that is a bad idea. However, it seems that before things get any better, we're just kind of, once again, like Michael said, in a state of stagnation, and which was echoed by Virginia in her analysis of the standards, which we use to this day. In the Series 400A curriculum, they talk about the Celebración de Igualdad Racial y la Afrodescendencia. So there's even a typo on the official document. Instead of Afrodescendencia, they talk about the Semana de Igualdad Racial en Puerto Rico, which is basically celebrated during the abolition of slavery in Puerto Rico. However, it doesn't have any kind of planning. It doesn't have any kind of recommendations, concrete things. It just says that, hey, make sure to include presentations that involve musical genres, theater, literary, and artistic genres that represent Afrodescendencia pride. However, that's it. This is the only mention in all of this curriculum that talks about bringing something more to the classroom about Afro-Boricua and Black heritage. And even they realize that there has been an invisibilizing of the historic and cultural discussion in Puerto Rico about Black history. But this is everything. This is it. It's just a comment. Next slide, please. In 2018, the Department of Education and the UPR Recinto de Rio Piedras made an alliance to educate over 350 teachers from the Department of Education Social Sciences Division to learn more about Black heritage and how they can integrate it in the classroom. However, this was a limited effort. It was just a certain number of contact hours, 45 if I remember correctly, and that was that. There has been no follow-up. Now with COVID, we're kind of stuck. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, there you go. So where are we today? 2021, we're still using the same standards. There only have been cartas circulares, but no official changes have been made to English, social science, or Spanish curriculums. So English still has completely forgotten about Black history in Puerto Rico, as well as the US for the most part. Social sciences just talks about the quote unquote harmonious blending of 3 cultures. And then the Spanish curriculum every once in a while includes Black Puerto Rican poetry. Any modifications done have been carried out by teachers or schools out of their own volition, independently, and this mostly happens in private schools. They have made strides toward advancing their curriculums, not only to include Afro-Boricua and Black history, but as well as AAPI and other community histories. 2 examples of this are the Rame Unit School in Aguadilla and the Colegio Puertorriqueño de Niñas en Guaynabo, who individually have actually integrated greater diversity in their curriculum, as well as actively changing the syllabus, like permanently altering it to make it an official part, not just a recommendation. Next slide. So moving forward, recommendations. I believe, Virginia, you're up first.
Yes. Since the curriculums and standards are supposed to be used as a basis for the classes that you use in, that you teach, then a total revision that would include more references, as well as in all the programs, not just social sciences, should be completed.
Okay, so next up, if all else fails, if the Department of Education won't do it out of its own will, then legislation. A lot of people don't know that regular citizens like you and I can actually prepare proyectos de ley or bill proposals to actively change curriculums. And this is what the state of Connecticut did. Black students, Latino students, and Asian students all banded together, and they presented a proposal which was made official this year. It's officially a bill now, wherein the state of Connecticut has to integrate Black history, Latino history, diasporic history, AAPI history into their official school curriculums. Michael?
Thank you. And yeah, I recommend workshops not specifically nor exclusive but workshops and training for teachers, aspiring educators, and college student, if it were for me, for everyone, literally, to use the diverse approaches that center African heritage. My recommendation is largely based on Isaac Godreau's study. So yeah, with these workshops, I like, to deconstruct the erroneous notion that Africa is monolithic and primitive, that Africa can be seen as the primera raíz instead the third one, which is always pushed to the back. First goes Taína sometimes, but most of the time Spaniards, then Taína, and to the last, to allá para la cola, African. So yeah, we can exalt scientific legacies like the Egyptian solar 12-month calendar, agricultural developments, acknowledgement of Africa as a continent instead of a country, and the recognition of Africa as part of the modern world. ¿Verdad? We used to see these pictures of Africa always, ¿verdad?, crumbling down. It's ha pasado mucho tiempo. I think it's time to get over that, right? And here are the next slide are references. So that'll be all. Thanks for, a really good audience.
So applause for 3 great presentations. And they actually flow very well from the last session, because when we're talking about lenses, how are those lenses actually ground? How are they created? They're created through processes like formal education. So those lenses just don't drop from the sky. We actually install those lenses in our students as teachers and other members of the symbolic elites. And then as a product of those lenses, okay, people can react differently to them. So the N-word can have that lens flipped in some cases, where the N-word goes from being a pejorative term to a term that's used for solidarity, et cetera, and even resistance. But that's an example of how lenses can be flipped as well. In addition to the examples we already saw in the first set of presentations. And then finally, our lens on language. So how a colonial lens make it impossible for us to see anything but the standard varieties as actual languages, and everything else as something that needs to be eliminated, or if not, it can't be eliminated, has to be marginalized. And the people who speak those varieties also have to be marginalized. Okay, let's open it up for questions and comments from the audience. Who has a question or a comment?
May I ask one?
Of course.
All right, hey everyone. Mildred, I have a question and maybe a follow-up for you. You noted how in Puerto Rico there are varieties of language, both Spanish and English. Something that I've noticed is that the Spanish versions come from different regions, right? So Empanadilla versus Pastelillo, Gongoli versus Gongolong, and so on. Whereas English varieties come from more a race and class perspective, lens, if you will. And in Puerto Rico, I wonder, do you think that the animosity towards varieties that are not our own come from either unfamiliarity or like some kind of subconscious disdain, perhaps for class, race, or even the spaces where those other varieties come from? For example, when people say things like Ponce lo demás parking, or is it something else entirely? Maybe it's like an intersectional approach, or what do you think about that?
So regarding those, because I do have, know people that actually say those, I've been trying to find a connection, because people tend to replicate what they hear. So my goal is to find where exactly is it that coming from. And as the professor said, sometimes as educators, if we reflect upon our practices and how we refer to students, we might influence them also somehow. So I focused on the media per se, because I have noticed that whenever there is a space for media to say, this is not how you are supposed to talk to, then you have all the bombardeo, the comments saying, oh no, you're not supposed to say it like this and say it like that. And I feel that one of the most right now, especially with the pandemic, it's media. So the more there is media about our publications about how certain varieties are not languages, they're just varieties of a dominant language, of a standard language, and they are irrelevant or they are informal, not appropriate. People tend to replicate that because they feel diminished. And in terms with students, with my experience with students, has been that whenever I sit down to talk to them, like, hey, what do you say that? They often come from different scenarios where they're like, oh no, it's just that I saw it on TV, that I don't sound like this, and I should aim to sound like this. And it's like, no, there is a complete disconnection with how culturally we are diverse, and that especially with accents, I have noticed also with accent, although I didn't include a source on that. But in terms of accent, students often refer to as not sounding as American or as someone from the United States instead of sounding like themselves. And I always want to clarify to them, you are always you, you will have your own voice. So why is it wrong to talk in your own skin? So it's about also reflection and me trying to explore different origins. So I appreciate your question a lot because I do have to work a lot on different ways where people are getting these views from. So in this case, for now, I'm focusing on how it originated, some of them from media, specifically publications.
Awesome. And if I may follow up on that, your answer is actually a great segue to my next question that I had. It's no doubt that the media promotes this kind of bias towards non-standard languages, but then they also justify in this weird kind of circular logic. They go like, well, the non-standard language is not respected in academia or whatever, so therefore it's bad and it's okay to make fun of it. So it's like a really sad Ouroboros of some kind. So if I may go back to the conversation of lenses, have you found in your research maybe some kind of shift in attitudes in certain communities towards non-standard languages? Maybe, for example, when you have Black creators on TikTok using AAVE or something like that, does that promote a kind of positive outlook toward the non-standard varieties, maybe a reclamation of some sort, or have you not come across that at all?
So I have not actually investigated that much on that aspect since my topic is really broad and I'm trying to like study part by part. But I do have to say that in terms of publications of newspaper articles, like when I was comparing what I was finding in terms of negative views and positive views, in newspapers who I usually use a lot Instagram. So I was looking at the headlines there on Instagram, and I noticed that there is also an equal amount of people actually having a voice and saying, this is positive, it is positive to be diverse, to have a variety, to speak differently. But something I am noticing and I got interested on based on the comments, because I take my time to read the comments also to see what's going on and if I can get any ideas, is that people pay more attention, or the comments are usually heavy on those publications that are about standardizing languages. So you have a lot of comments of people saying, oh no, that's the way we should talk, like that's the aim for. Very few people saying among the lines, no, but we have to respect varieties, regionalism, and trying to explain why there are these varieties. But when you go into publications about accepting the varieties, then you have less amount of comments on that. So that is actually, another element I would love to explore, since I've been noticing a lot the same with indigenous influence. There are a lot of publications and Instagram accounts and everything trying to promote also that indigenous varieties are also a valid language, and they are there and they have always been there. So,
okay,
yes.
I would like to invite comments or questions on Shastini's presentation on the N-word. Yes, Dannabang?
Yes, I was just typing a comment. Yes, the N-word, it's a great presentation anyway. And there is the problem in Puerto Rico that as an outsider, I observed, when we use the word negrito, It's a word of endearment, and I'm always worried about its etymology. Is it not from the same kind of racist roots as the N word? But in from the other presentation that talks about, oh, in Puerto Rico, racism is not as bad, or we really have no racism in Puerto Rico, etc., etc. The denial of the obvious in Puerto Rico is as destructive as the insistence that in America, the N-word is demeaning, etc. So my problem is Negrito in Puerto Rico should also be seen as a similar way of diminishing the humanity or the full-grown humanity or selfhood of the enslaved African. And then it becomes appropriated by the then descendants of the African. So you hear Negrito, and you don't hear upper class Puerto Ricans, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, using the word, that word, Negrito, to each other. No. So I want you to comment on that. And also, the whole idea of Barbosa, what's his name? The founder of the political party, is it PDP, in which he had to choose between dealing with racism in Puerto Rico or dealing with Hispano-Americanismo, in which we're all Spanish. We don't have racism in Latin America and so on. How can you be thinking of Africa when you should be thinking of Spain? Which then goes to prove what the team of 4 presenters dealt with in the Department of Education syllabus and whatnot. So I want these 3 groups to comment on these things.
Okay, we'll start with Shastini.
Absolutely. Here, there are so many explicit instances of racism that get pushed to the side as like one thing that happened one day, not like nothing important. Just I think, I don't remember if it was like last year or a few years ago, there was an older woman who was being actively racist and using like extreme racist iconography towards their new neighbors, which was like a darker skinned Puerto Rican man. And people ignore these kind of situations, and the fact that they use these kind of like diminutives in referral to darker skinned Puerto Ricans and Afro Boricuas is extremely condescending and is extremely in line with the use of the N-word in, let's say, like the United States. And the fact that it is so ingrained in our culture, especially like you mentioned in more like lower class and maybe like middle class communities, especially in rural communities, they don't see it as being racist. They don't see it as like racially profiling of another person. They just assume that that is how it is, and that is just the culture. But I grew up with part of my family is from a rural part in San German, and they still, and like in part of that community, they still do like certain like fun games to figure out if you're gonna be married to a lighter skinned person or a darker skinned person. Like and obviously they still trying to push the narrative of like bettering the race. And it's something that exists and is so normal still to this day, probably in line with the presentation of Stella and Michael, because we're not educated on these cultures and we're not educated on our past. And I think the moment where we can broaden our mind even more is in university, a lot of the cases, but university is a privilege. So again, a lot of these people in lower income communities don't have access to what should be just a human right to know our culture and to know our past and to celebrate it, and not just put it to the periphery as like the folklore of Bomba y Plema, Vejigantes, because everything is taken out of context and everything is Europeanized and whitened as well.
So that whole folklore thing really connects with Luis's talk about pobreza as well, because it's that folkloric kind of lens that's used towards something that people would rather not mention but feel they have to mention. So they say, okay, well, it's part of the folklore, and that sanitizes it. Yes. Okay, but Virginia, Stella, and Michael, were you surprised? Were you surprised about how little there is in the syllabus. I don't know, you probably, all three of you have, some of you have very extensive interaction with the Department of Education and what passes for curriculum in Puerto Rico. But were you surprised? Were you surprised when you finally did the search and found that it was just like these, I mean, out of these thousands and thousands and thousands of pages, there were just these little things that were often just repeated?
So I think it was definitely a disappointed but not surprised kind of situation, because we've all like worked, as you said, we've all like to one degree or another have been involved in education, either private or university or public. And I think we had an inkling, but at the same problem, since that's what we were exposed to, we just kind of defaulted and we're like, well, this is normal. And it wasn't until a couple of years ago that in fact, I read Isar's paper, Isar Godreau, and I was like, because it connects with the previous presentations about how there is this idea that we're white, that we're mostly Spaniard, and everything is romanticized. And that's another reason why we chose to open the presentation with the Instituto de Cultura Puertorriqueña logo, because it's like, it tries to paint this quaint historical portrait, but it wasn't like that. It was violent, it was genocide. And I'm not saying go storm the Department of Education and like make colonizers afraid again. That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're advocating. But we are talking about we really need to have a comprehensive, inclusive look, because when the department did expand, and that was another thing that unfortunately due to time constraints we really couldn't dive into, when they did decide to like broaden the scope in regards to the study of Puerto Rico's history, they then decided to focus on the Taino. And then once again, the African heritage was kind of like, meh. And in one of the documents that we found, they basically said that, quote unquote, there wasn't enough information out there to properly create lessons for the Puerto Rican context. And we're taking Albuyes class, and we're literally like, there's a website that illustrates all of the voyages, like the Atlantic Passage. It has information in regards to the groups that were enslaved and brought over. So this is just, the information is there. For some reason, they just don't want to see it, or they choose not to want to see it. But I'm going to give space to my teammates and want to thank them once again for joining me on this journey.
Michael and Virginia. Michael?
Yeah, well, like she said, I mean, that's what we went through when we studied here. So it was not surprising. It was disappointing, like she said. But then we also have to acknowledge, like, all the teachers that are trying to include, like so many in I'm at school right now, so many of my colleagues and so many people that I know that are trying to include all of this information that is not proposed by the Department of Education, which is crazy. And that's what I wanted to say.
Michael?
Yeah, answering your question, for me, it wasn't even a surprise. You know, at first, maybe prior 5 years earlier, it was kind of a surprise. I am a product of public school, and I didn't notice anything of this. I never thought of it neither. But when I started working with school students, and when I started integrating myself to the estándares and expectativas, that's where I saw the problem. But yeah, by today's, yeah, it's normal. You know, lo que queda us to inform others, right? To tell them not what to do, but at least direct them. So yeah, that's probably what I've been trying to do in the last couple of years. Like Virginia mentioned, you know, shout out to those professors and teachers that have got out of their way to teach this type of stuff, because like I mentioned during the presentation, this topic specifically is usually pushed towards the end of the semester. So also, you know, an average teacher wouldn't cover it anyway. So yeah.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for for questions and comments. So I'm going to go on to the next session now. Let me just, there, okay. Stop this. Okay, I'll be right there pulling this one presentation up. Okay. Okay, let me see. Sorry about that. I'm just having a little bit of technical difficulty here, but yeah. Unfortunately, I thought I had opened up one presentation. I can't find it. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to have to stop the recording and then we'll start it again. Oh no, I can get it now. I'm sorry.
Just as an anecdote, I don't know who was presenting. There was a dog barking in the background. And I said, this dog is barking in multiple ways. So who are we to say that humans cannot speak in multiple ways?
Yes.
And that we must all speak in one tone. So if you listen to the dog, sometimes the pitch was high, low, trying to convey a message to the I don't know whether it was Chastina who was presenting when it happened.
Okay, thank you for that intervention, Professor Kuwabong. Yes, so not only do we have different lenses, but we also have different voices. Okay, yes. Anyway, I finally was able to pull up the PowerPoint. So our next presentation will be by Gabriel E. Suarez, and it's entitled Jibares, From Books to Billboards. Gabriel, can you see the slide? No, you can't, can you? No,
we cannot see it.
Yeah, I know. 1 minute. Yes. Okay, you will see it in a few seconds. Let's see. Let's get this on. Okay.
Things that happen around my presentation.
It's coming, don't worry. Let's just, no, okay. Okay, let's get this thing. How can I maximize this? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Ahora sí. All right. Sorry for the delay, Gabriel. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So good morning. As Professor has said, my name is Gabriel Suarez. Today I'll be presenting Jibares, From Books to Billboards. First of all, I would like to share some pictures or images with you where the identificational repertoire under research it's or can be associated, either the verbal text or the visual text. Here we have a picture from a self-portrait from Luis Pared Alcázar done at the end of the 18th century. Notice how he decided to go on a Jíbaro drag. Notice the colors that he uses, the machete, the hat, etc. Next image was taken in February, and it shows, or it appears at El Nuevo Dia in February of this year. Again, we have a man that is light skinned and he has a machete, and his hat says on the top, Jíbaro. Next slide. This was a billboard taken picture in January 2019. Next slide. Another one in Guaynabo, March 2020. Another one in Guaynabo, March 2020. Notice who is probably being addressed, what are the colors used in these images, what are the words used. And here I have another picture. There is a mistake there or an error. It was actually taken this last month. And at the bottom of that picture, you can read, or you might not be able to read it, but it's on kind of purple letters. It says Compañía Jíbara. Next slide. Historically, the intellectual elites in Puerto Rico have introduced and deployed the figure of the Jíbaro to represent an almost mythical version of Puerto Rican identity. I intend to demonstrate how the Jíbare is constantly recreated by the local symbolic elites in both paper and digital media as a context model. From a post-colonial linguistics and post-creolistics perspective, using Faraclas and Delgado 2021, and through multimodal discourse analysis, CREST 2012, these observations suggest how language and image are used as hegemonic tools to maintain the wealth of a few people through ethnocentric, patriarchal, and economic exploitation of the island inhabitants. You're going, yes, that's the one, Professor. I have found it necessary to do some linguistic archaeology. I start this study with some introductory approaches to Caribbean identificational repertoire as outlined by Peter Roberts 2008 in his book about race, power, and language and the effects of colonial era contact on Caribbean identity, in which he recounts a general New World history that includes a colonization process involving two major population groups, outsider, newcomer, and resident. Roberts also highlights how the term Creole was adopted during the colonial period in order to summarize how concepts such as mixed, hybrid, mutated, syncretic, blends, remodeling, corruptions, borrowings, imitations, fragmented, and plural have been applied to Caribbean societies. Elaborating on the concept of identity itself, he contends that identity, quote, is based on two fundamental factors, the perception of sameness, difference, and the instinctiveness of man to be a social being, end of the quote. In cases where a group feels sameness, especially linguistic sameness, among themselves, he sustains, there can be perceptions of others as being abnormal, strange, foreign. Next slide. I review material from two Puerto Rican theatrical works, some reviews of these same plays, and some academic essays highlighting the use of words like criollo, jíbaro, and boricua. The two plays selected illustrate how the identity-related tropes connected with those terms have been constantly recreated from at least the 18th century up until the present day. In one play, La Juega de Gallos or El Negro Bozal from 1852, the identity being focused on here is performed by the character Seño Epifanio. The other play, which is titled La Carreta, was written 100 years later in 1951, 1952, and performed in New York City in 1953. La Carreta presents tres estampas boricuas depicting the lives of the migratory family of Jíbares. Boricua might be seen as a transgressive identity in public discourse today, for example, billboards, and can refer to and be related to a particular mix of races and cultures, including those of Criolla and Jíbaro, not the Afro-Boricua that our colleagues have been mentioning, by the way. Of course, this hasn't prevented the symbolic elites from co-opting the term Boricua to advance their own hegemonic agenda. Next slide. Francisco Scarano 1996 study contained facts about the original use of the word in the Puerto Rican context. What he denotes as a Jíbaro masquerade is presented as an identity dialectic, which in turn reproduces a, quote, common language of identity between elites and plebeians, end of the quote. He argues how the discursive interactions between the elite population and the other inhabitants of the island before the beginning of the 19th century led to a reconstruction of subaltern self-identification as Jíbaro, and how both groups eventually embraced that identity. He sees the use of such masquerade language by the Creole elites in order to reposition themselves in society while maintaining the island's colonial status under the Spanish. Nonetheless, this author also presents evidence for interracial gatherings where the collective acceptance and embrace of Jíbaro self-identification took place. Even though some Puerto Rican communities could still have been characterized at the turn of the 19th century as what Faraclas and Delgado 2021 referred to as cohabitation societies, Spanish colonial rule had been in a process of relatively rapid extension and consolidation since the mid-1700s. Therefore, it is no accident that by the 1850s, when Caballeros La Juega appears, social divisions are precisely one of its topics. Excuse me. Some academics visualize this play within a silencing frame where African ancestry and lifeways are dismissed. When reading, viewing the play, questions such as these may arise. If Nazaria is an enslaved woman of African descent, but speaks what seems to be the same dialect as Rosita, could she be considered criolla or jíbara by a 21st century reader-viewer? Since the play only refers to a man as a jíbaro, is the term also being used to advance the patriarchal agenda of many of the intellectuals at the time it was written? Next slide, please. Here I'm going to read an introduction that the author of La Carreta does about one of the characters at the third act, Paco. Como la mayoría de los literatos frustrados en la colonia puertorriqueña en Nueva York, es el tipo de jíbaro rubio de ascendencia canaria. Tato Laviera asserts that, quote, en el fondo del New Yorican definitivamente hay un puertorriqueño, end of the quote, in Perales 2010. Without paying attention to his non-inclusive language, I, in some sense, agree with Laviera to the extent that I consider New Yorkers to be the Jíbares that migrated from Puerto Rico to the United States after World War II, and for decades have kept doing so. These are the same Jíbares that Marquez puts in the spotlight in La Carreta and its Estampas Boricuas. Now, it is fitting to ask how different the linguistic varieties used by most Puerto Ricans today actually is from those varieties recreated in the place mentioned in this study. Is Caribbean Spanish, which is said by most linguists to include varieties spoken in Puerto Rico, just a misleading label for at least some repertoire used on the island that resembled Iberian lexifier Creoles, such as Papiamento, more than they resemble standard Castilian Spanish? Are linguists foregrounding the language of the island elites while erasing those of the rest of the population? When observing billboards in Puerto Rico, how are these different lenses on the varieties used in Puerto Rico deployed to both point out and impose identificational constructs pertaining to Puerto Rico as a nation? In the present study, I contend that Creole connotation of words such as Jíbaro and Boricua has been systematically bleached and erased in the hegemonic project of reconstructing 21st century Puerto Rico as a society which can be raised as plus white, a term coined by von Verhoeven, 2001. Next slide, please. This is part of the research theory that I have been using, the critical discourse studies from Theo van Dijk 2015, multimodal discourse analysis from Gunter Kress 2012, the subsistence perspective from Maria Mies in Faraclas et al. 2001 and Faraclas and Delgado 2021. And these are some of my hypotheses. Billboards, number one, next slide, please. Billboards constitute part of the capitalist discourse in Puerto Rico. The use of English on these billboards is symbolic. It indexes a linguistic variety and social ideologies associated with its use as an idiom in context that promotes consumerism. Next slide. Here is my last billboard that I would like to share with you. Notice how the word Boricua is there in black letters, and behind there is a white fondo. How that word does not include some other repertoire, identificational repertoire like the ones mentioned prior by colleagues like Afro-Boricua. This was in San Juan, December 2020. And that's it. If you have any questions, please feel free to write me and I'll try to answer them. Thank you.
Let's give a big applause to Gabriel, also for his patience with my incompetence with the slides. Sorry for that, guys. Sorry for that. Yeah. Okay. So let's go to our next presenter now. And our next presenter is Stella M. Ramirez Rodriguez, and she'll be talking about La Llorona Tiene Sangre Boricua, a research project overview. Can you see it, Stella?
Yes.
Okay, okay, great. Tell me when to change the slide, please.
All right, perfect. So hello again, good morning. And we're now gonna talk about a ghost that's not only part of Puerto Rican culture, but part of the greater Latin American context. So let's get started at a look at the weeping woman in Puerto Rico. Next slide, please. So who is La Llorona? More likely than not, you have probably heard either about La Llorona or La Llorosa, either because of stories that you heard growing up or because of media, particularly horror movies. But who is she? What is the backstory here? So the idea of La Llorona is the monstrous feminine. She is the worst possible woman that could ever exist. She's a woman who becomes a mother and then murders her children because of her lover abandoning her. Now, the nature of La Llorona's story is very specific in regards to how she commits filicide, because she kills her children either by drowning them, usually in a body of water such as a lake or a river, or she kills them next to one. When she comes to and realizes what she has done, she commits suicide. And then most of the story goes on to say that when she tries to go to heaven, she is told that she has to try to find the souls of her children in order to gain forgiveness and therefore rest in peace. The way that La Llorona is often described is, from afar, she looks like a very beautiful woman dressed in white. However, more often than not, these descriptions turn terrorific. As Olga Loya says, some say that when La Llorona turns, she has the face of a horse or she has the face of a skull. Sometimes she has no face at all. Next slide. Now there are, previous one, please. That one, yes. So there are many, many versions of La Llorona, but the most popular iterations of the story focus on Mexican and Chicano variants. And when we say Chicano, we're talking about the Texan Mexican people, New Mexicans, Arizona, all of that area that once belonged to Mexico. And she's also been adapted numerous times, as recently as last year, into film, television, and advertising as well. Now, the adaptations tend to stick to the human version. As of yet, I have not seen a film or seen promos that have a horse-faced Llorona. but she is still scary. And the context is that when she is redeemed, or when we're talking about her past, she is very beautiful, but when she's a ghost, she is incredibly terrifying. She also returns to being beautiful once she is redeemed. And there are times where she is used for comic effect, such as Verizon Wireless and Got Milk ads. And we're going to take a look at them in the next couple of slides. So The Curse of La Llorona is one of the most recent horror movie versions. And actually, this is where I got the idea for La Llorona Tiene Sangre Boricua, because the actress who played La Llorona is Puerto Rican. And to the right, we actually see a slightly older depiction of La Llorona on the TV series Grimm. And as you can see in the center image, when she is abducting the children so she can take them with her to the river, she is terrifying. She looks kind of like this weird zombie ghoul hybrid. But then on the right, when she is redeemed, you can see her during the day and she's beautiful. She almost looks goddess-like or bride-like. Next slide, please.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the ads that use La Llorona for comic effect. In the Got Milk ad, La Llorona is actually crying because they ran out of milk in the house that she was haunting. And then in the Verizon Wireless ad, La Llorona is weeping because she's trying to warn people that the cell phone service doesn't work in that area. And as if to drive home the idea that La Llorona is this harmless story, the end of the commercial, she ends up getting scared of the Verizon Wireless guy, and the huge white letters say, "No le temas a los puntos muertos." Don't be afraid of dead zones. So don't be afraid of La Llorona, and don't be afraid of ever lacking cell phone service. Next slide. So where does La Llorona end up? How does she end up in the Caribbean? So there are parts of Mexico that are Caribbean, circum-Caribbean, and there are versions of La Llorona there. There is a Mayan Llorona that can be attributed to the goddess Ixtabay. And if I mangled that pronunciation, I apologize. And so therefore, she is actually part of the cultural landscapes in Mexico, Guatemala, Panama, Colombia, and other Latin American countries in the Caribbean region. She's also in the Spanish, French, and English island Caribbean, where there are a series of figures that don't necessarily call themselves La Llorona, but they have so many commonalities that they are considered Llorona adjacent. These are La Ciguapa, who is part of the Cuban and Dominican Republic cultural landscape. The Sucuyon, she appears in more countries, but these were, I'm going to name three: Dominica, St. Lucia, and Guadeloupe. The Hag in the Bahamas, and then Old Hag or Ole Hag in Guyana and Jamaica. And she's also part of Puerto Rican cultural landscape as well. Next slide. Now, oh, there. So the Puerto Rican Llorona, or Llorosa, because there's actually this interchangeable term when talking about her, typically described as a humanoid figure, a humanoid female, weeping by a body of water. And the interesting twist in our Puerto Rican version is that she's usually found either on a bridge or under a bridge by a body of water, or crying by the side of the road. And this haunting, it comes in a combo, con papas y refresco, if you will. She not only pursues children, but she also pursues men. So this version of the myth actually seeks to punish men for, as a stand-in of the lover who betrayed her. And the other detail, which is that this version of La Llorona usually has a child spirit as a part of the haunting. And crazily enough, instead of La Llorona being the scary part of the haunting, it's actually the baby. And at times, the La Llorona legend is mixed with other stories such as the vanishing hitchhiker or the lady in white. Next slide. So what are the origins? Like, how did she get here? There are a number of people, scholars, and those who are really involved in the keeping of oral tradition, who are 100% of the idea that it was an imported concept that arrived via colonization. Some stories are specifically directed at women who migrated to Puerto Rico and then become Lloronas here, but that's not necessarily what they might be talking about. There are some theories that La Llorona could possibly be based on indigenous legends such as El Lamento de la India Guarema from the municipality of Corozal. stories of Leyenda de Guanina, which is, there are different versions of Guanina, so it's kind of hard to settle on one municipality for it. And then stories about forest monsters that are actually cursed maidens who could only be seen at certain times of the year and if you did certain things right. The commonality in these stories is that La Llorona seems to be a cultural device perpetuated via narrative, meant to keep men, women, and children within accepted social cultural boundaries. If you're a man, hey, don't go philandering, don't cheat on your partner. If you're a woman, don't hang out with dudes and get pregnant out of wedlock. And if you're a kid, you need to be back inside by nightfall. So where can we find La Llorona? Pretty much every single municipality has a curva de la Llorona or a puente de la Llorona. There are also waterfalls or saltos that are called saltos de la Llorona, such as the one found in San Sebastián and another one found in Barranquitas. There are La Llorona stories that directly mention el túnel de Oaxaca, as well as el túnel negro de Quebradillas. And the curves, las curvas de Oaxaca, are also known as la curva de la Llorona. So Llorona all around in that area, be careful. There's also a mountain bike loop called La Llorona at the Algarrobo mountain bike trail. So everywhere you go, you can't throw a stick without hitting a place that's called La Llorona or refers to La Llorona. Next slide. So present day, 2000s, where is she? 2005, there was an incident about a tormented and wailing specter that supposedly appeared after midnight. She would throw herself on the ground and call for her parents, call for Carlos and Pablo. But instead of being freaked out, community members actually went to the site to try to see her, and they actually wanted to bring her some sort of peace. They even asked a priest to come to bless the area to see if that would help her move on to the afterlife. Next. She's even been part of the most recent pandemic education modules. August 2020, the Módulo Didáctico de Español uses La Llorona legend as a writing prompt for a writing exercise. Next. And then, of course, we would be remiss if we didn't mention memes, because Puerto Ricans are fantastic at making memes. This is a meme comparing our former mayor of San Juan to La Llorona. Then there is another version of La Llorona, also in Lajas, talking about the mysterious bridge of La Llorona dating to 2016. So this is 11 years after the original Llorona incident. And then we have Creepypasta. This is a screenshot from the Amino app, wherein people share purported supernatural events or short stories. And this is another story of La Llorona with a manga-style illustration, and it is based in Aguas Buenas. Next slide. To begin wrapping up, we also have a prócer that has ties to La Llorona, and this is Pedro Albizu Campos, son of Juliana Campos Campos and Alejandro Albizu y Rumero. Juliana was the daughter of enslaved individuals. Alejandro actually came from a family that benefited from the system of enslavement. So we have a chaotic relationship set up right there. After Albizu Campos's birth, it is believed that Juliana did suffer from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, and it went untreated. It was something that wasn't understood at the time. So Juliana attempted suicide several times, up to the point that she was called La Llorona by the community. And Pedro Albizu Campos was el hijo de La Llorona. One of these attempts actually included Albizu Campos. Juliana tried to drown herself and Albizu in the Rio Bucaná in Ponce. Albizu Campos survived. He was saved by relatives who would later go on to adopt him, but Juliana would later die by drowning in a suicide attempt. Next slide. And this is a depiction by David Rios Ferreira of La Llorona del Rio Bucaná, i.e. he was inspired by the Albizu Campos story to create this art piece that is from 2020, okay? Finally, so where do we go from here? Clearly, she is part of the greater cultural narrative. I mean, you can't go to a single municipality without finding a story, but there is a lot still to cover. most of the stories are part of oral tradition that is yet to be transcribed. So most of these were just like me writing down stories as people will tell them to me. And there are indeed instances of written works and historical references, but these are few and far between. Like a friend of mine just happened to have this book on Corozal history, but the book is falling apart. So I'm trying to find a way to scan it so I can, save it for posterity. And even though that they use La Llorona to make jokes and to make memes, such as the Got Milk and Carmen Yulín comparison, she's still there and people still respect her and wonder if whether or not the stories are true. I mean, if they didn't believe in her and didn't respect her to some degree, would they actually try to help her find peace, is the question. And I'm still looking into these connections about whether or not La Llorona can be connected to ancestral and indigenous approaches to life and death in Puerto Rico. Because after all, the Taínos believe that when you died, you became part of the environment, you stayed in the area. And La Llorona does that after she passes away. She stays within her community. So that will be all. Thank you very much. These are my references. And thank you for your time.
Applause for another wonderful presentation. Now we have a special presentation. It's in the form of song. And the person who wrote the song is Alice M. Rodriguez Laureano. And the song is called Carta Abierta al Patriarcado. So I'm going to project this as a YouTube. So those of you who have your cameras on, if you could turn them off to make sure that we're maximizing the bandwidth we have, because unfortunately, when projecting off of my internet service, sometimes if I'm doing Zoom and at the same time trying to do something online, besides Zoom, what happens is that it doesn't come through very well. So if you could just bear with us for a second. Okay. Okay, so the title is Carta Abierta al Patriarcado, and maybe I will give a few minutes or a minute or so to Alice to tell us a little bit about the background for this song and the people that she collaborated with to actually make this production. Alice?
Sí, bueno, good morning everybody, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Alice Rodríguez, uso ella.
Alice, disculpa, we can hardly hear you. Ya, ahora
¿Me
sí.
puede escuchar?
Ahora
Okay, voy a
sí,
tener
ahora
que.
sí.
I got you. Ya saben cómo es la tecnología pandémica. Bueno, good morning. My name is Alice Rodriguez Laureano. My pronouns is ella in Spanish or AX, they in English. And I'm very thankful that Professor Faraclas was down for me to express what I had to express in this particular format. I've started recently learning how to play plena with the musician, very talented Adriana Santoni Rodriguez, who is a well-known musician here in town, an activist, feminist group called Plena Combativa that she is part of. And I was just very privileged to be able to have class with her. And I've been taking Faraclas ideology class. And I just thought this was a song that that came out as a coping mechanism, as a matter of fact, as a coping mechanism with just the daily struggles of life in the Caribbean that is so saturated with Christian hegemony and just the different manifestations of patriarchy. So without further ado, I am going to paste the lyrics on the chat just to make sure that everybody can read them. If you need them translated, I'm sure that if you enter them on Google, they can be translated. You can contact me directly and we can talk about it. And another request that I have is that everybody turn their microphones off just to make sure so that there's no interference with the sound, because sometimes when there is, that will compromise the sound quality. So Professor Faraclas, whenever you're ready, you can display it.
Can everybody hear? Is the sound coming through?
Not yet.
No, no sound?
Everybody has to turn off their microphones. Now it comes out. You can go back on it and play it again. But we cannot see it, the video.
I see it, okay.
Little teaser.
Let's try to do, let's get it back. Can you see it? Oh.
Yes, we can see it. You can take it back now.
Let's start again. Everybody can hear, everybody can see, right?
No sé.
Wow.
Yes, applause, applause. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so basically these last three, wait a minute, let me just, yeah. Let me make sure I, okay, let me cut this off. This is it. Oh dear, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So basically, let's open it up to questions and comments. Here we have, sticking to this theme of lenses and voices that depicts and see certain parts of Puerto Rican reality, especially in terms of how that reality is shaped by factors like patriarchy, factors like ethnocentrism, factors like plunder and capitalism, and voices that are expressed, sometimes silenced, about those contradictions as well. And then you have a very interesting figure of La Llorona, who gets sometimes flipped as well. So is she a monster, or is she somebody who people want to actually, who people identify with to some degree, and actually see their own pain in her, and want to help to heal their own pain by helping to heal her pain? Okay, anyway, who has a question or comment? Yes, Professor Kuwabong.
Oh, somebody, Gabriel wanted to ask.
Gabriel, yes.
Yeah, his beard is bigger than mine, so.
Yeah. No, just to have hacer echo what everybody has said, Alice. That was a great presentation, and thank you for sharing. Me gustó hasta que la transmisión, it was kind of slow, because you can see the body as performance as well, and the performative portion of language, the hands, their faces, all the expression, the facial expression, the use of instrument, just two instruments, but it was great, and the dancing also. So yo creo que estuvo muy buena y cumplió su propósito. Como soy un poco, I'm a little bit slow, I was wondering, well, is the word padres used in purpose? I think I got the answer already, because it's una carta al patriarcado, ¿verdad? But maybe Alice wants to say something about it. Thank you, Alice.
Seguro. Lo voy a decir en Spanglish, ¿está bien? ¿Todo el mundo entiende español e inglés?
Claro.
Ok, perfecto. Pues algo que es bien adrede, ¿verdad? Bien a propósito, usar la palabra padre. Precisamente algo que aprendí, ¿verdad? Este semestre, como quien dice, es que la palabra padre no ha existido siempre. La palabra padre es un concepto, ¿verdad? Que estaba específicamente, creo que mi referencia mayor aquí es Van Verhoef, ¿verdad? Que habla de que la palabra patriarchy significa in the beginning the father, pero the father can't birth. Y entonces, but it has birthed this horrible monster, ¿verdad? This it's the head of the, multi-headed beast, pero a la misma vez it contains so much of the structure that allows everything to stand strong in its destruction, And so padre es muy intencional. Es muy intencional, and it's almost like, maybe now we hear this a lot, like kill the cop in your head, or kill the colonizer in your head. So I challenge that to be like, maybe we need to kill the father figure as an all life-giving, because it doesn't. Y no es necesariamente atacando al padre personal, ¿verdad? La persona que uno asocia con paternidad, porque sí existen personas que son padres que son excelentes, que son life-giving, que son life-affirming, pero casi siempre when they are life-giving, when they are life-affirming, it's because they're not perpetuating, right, the atrocities of patriarchy or the cultural patriarchy, específicamente de Puerto Rico. Yo fui muy adrede de usar padres porque siento que la figura paternal es muy romantizada también, es muy... Y al final, I don't really think it exists. I agree that this is a new construct, like a recent construct. Y nada, pues sí, la palabra padre fue muy intencional en ese sentido. Y siento que Van Verhoef tuvo una gran influencia en cómo pude conceptualizar, just like picking that word.
Yeah, especially father in the sense of the nuclear family. That's even more recent. And then according to that theory, actually in societies where that are not patriarchal, I don't say matriarchal because that's a contradiction. It's just that kind of polarized kind of thinking. Well, it's either patriarchal or matriarchal. No. If we start to deconstruct the patriarchal lens, we're beyond archy in the sense of domination, and we come to archy in the sense of creation. And that, and so matriarchal societies then are just societies where women's creative powers are recognized. So there's nothing about domination in those societies, if you want to talk about patriarchy at all. I mean, matriarchy at all. But so that in those societies, the word father doesn't exist. It's not important. And you can still see vestiges of this in many societies today, where the main male in a child's life is actually the brother of the mother rather than the father, or the biological father. So that fetishization of the biological father is a big problem. But talking about the biological father, how do you explain, Stella, how the reaction of people? They wanted to help La Llorona. How do you explain that? Or what are your hypotheses there?
So it's a really good question, because when I was studying in my master's, I was studying about La Llorona, and in La Llorona in Mexico and in New Mexico, Arizona, even California, people were afraid of her. Like if you heard La Llorona, it's like, close everything down. We're locking ourselves in the house, get the holy water. Somebody did something wrong. And then here, people are actually actively seeking. Some of the people that were telling me their Llorona stories were basically said, bueno, como el boricua es un presentado. I want to think that there's something more. I think like the fact that these stories have survived for so long, and it's definitely a part of the community. And the way I see it is like, even if they are a flawed individual, they are a part of the community. And we have to look out for them in one way or another. And the reason why I came to this conclusion is having been brought up on the West Coast, in Mayagüez, and Cabo Rojo, there were always these figures that were considered la figura del pueblo, or as they were colloquially called, los loquitos del pueblo. And some people, like children, were usually afraid of them because they used them to kind of like modernized Llorona stories, like, mira, si no te portas bien, te va a coger. There was a figure called Morcilla in Cabo Rojo. Do with that what you will. Si no te portas bien, Morcilla te va a llevar. But then if anybody like tried to speak ill, or if something happened to Morcilla, the community would jump in and be like, hey, vamos a hacer una recogida, Morcilla needs medical treatment. So even if this person is considered like an quote unquote outside figure or an outlier, they are a part of the community and they must be protected. So I think that's like the reason why, even though she's supposedly scary, she's supposedly supernatural, she killed her kids, people still seek her out and try to either help her find peace, as well as like protect and maintain her legacy, or at least that's my theory. I'm hoping that that's it.
Okay, do we have some questions or comments for Gabriel's presentation on the Jibares? Okay, well, I do. Okay, so Gabriel, you talk about images of the Jibare and how they've been bleached. So the blanqueamiento de Puerto Rico and the blanqueamiento del Jíbaro, how do you see those processes intersecting, contradicting each other, or actually complementing each other?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. That's a portion of, this is a researching process. This is part of my one-day thesis, right? And I'm trying to address the identificational repertoire that we have been discussing in your classes these Saturdays. And yeah, for example, the author Manuel Alonso, which is probably in those curriculums that the colegas have mentioned earlier today, is like one of the canons used still today as the book, as a representation of these Jibares. And it's something that I actually ran into Marisa Stankish, Doctora Marisa Stankish thesis this week, and she discusses that. And even though I didn't have the time to read every single page of that thesis, what I can infer about her interpretation on Alonso's, and I agree with it, is how this has been a cycle process where it keeps just pointing or recreating this figure of El Jíbaro or Las Jíbaras as white. And yeah, and it's something that then in the 1950s, 100 years later, for example, El Partido Popular Democrático and the Diverco insist in doing so, and in text in Puerto Rico. And this is also associated with la figura noble de los taínos o de las taínas, and where with education purposes, they have been creating this identity of people from the countryside, predominantemente the countryside, where, well, yeah, we follow the rules, we submit, we are very Christians, and there is this humbleness, say that way, around this figure that, yes, still today being created. And for example, in that billboard that I showed about rice, it has a pava, and then it can be any more white than what you see there. So again, it's just repeating that discourse of Jibaras and Jibaros as white persons, and erasing any kind of connection with people from African ancestry or indigenous ancestry. So we're all Europeans, and without even considering, for example, that being Spaniard these days, they also erased the 700 years that they were in contact, official contact with the Moros. And right there, you know, that's a mix right there. So yeah, what I'm trying to accomplish is to start using post-linguistics and Creolistic perspective, where we stop erasing that influence that we have had throughout centuries of other people around the world, and we're all contact people. So I don't know, did I answer your question?
Yeah. So I want to open up to more people. Yes, Professor Kuwabong.
Yeah. Gabriel, you're one of the billboards explains why, when I asked my students why rice is not really grown in Puerto Rico, because the landscape, the climate can actually, Puerto Rico can become self-sufficient in rice production. They said, well, Professor, they said the Puerto Rican rice is not white enough because of the soil. So they would rather eat imported rice, which is being bleached white, because if the outside is not white enough, then the inside cannot be white at all. So I'm happy you brought in that pure white rice image but then the contradiction is they love rice and beans.
Correct.
Whether it's red rice or black rice, it doesn't really matter. Rice and beans is a staple. So how can they contradict the ideology of whiteness as the in thing, like I did in my comments in the previous the Department of Education thing that Behindia and Co presented, in which Spanishness is center. If you look, is the pre-Spanish, that's Taino, and so-called post-Taino, that is the African. But in between, you have the dominant, the ideal, that is the Spanishness, the Europeanness. That is why throughout all the citations, you have Taino on the left, Africa on the right, and what we have, European in the middle. So the centralization of European cultures and ideologies as the norm, as the center, whether you are Taino or African, you should all be. Yours is just like to support the center. You are not in the center, you are in the peripheries, and so on. So for me, some of these billboards, the Wendy's billboard, it's an excellent billboard. How does it promote that if you eat these foods, you will look like Wendy, you will have a girlfriend like Wendy, you will blah, 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 blah. But they never tell you if you eat these foods, you are going to be destroyed by the chemicals and so on. So I'm happy that you brought all these things out. And
yes, that's go ahead, please.
For Stella, we've been chatting online already, and the La Llorona figure is not limited to South America and the Caribbean. In Canada, the indigenous peoples deal with the same issue of the mother figure who is crying. And I talked about the Catholic Church. You have the Virgin Mary, the litany to the Virgin Mary. I mean, she's presented as the weeping mother of God. And I went to a shrine where they said the statue of Mary was weeping. I didn't see any weeping. Maybe I wasn't holy enough, and so on. So all these ideas but the Llorona is so ingrained in so many cultures. The weeping mother. Is it a cautionary tale to women not to think ever of betraying their children, which can be about motherhood? If you, a woman's duty is to produce children. If you dare as a woman not to have children, in latter life, you will be depressed, you will be crying, but the children will be no more. There's also the Old Testament of Ruth crying, or is it some woman crying in the fields and the children are no more. So in so many cultures, the La Llorona figure is there. But for me, I'm thinking of it as is the young women that these stories, they are feared, but they are also vilified, they are found guilty, and therefore they are eternally punished. Their spirits cannot enter heaven, neither can they find solace because they kind of led to the death of their children. So these are my comments. So you don't have to respond.
No, thank you. But I do want to say thank you for saying that, because I will definitely look more into the Catholic aspects, because apart from looking at it within the specifically like Mexica, Aztec, Mexican context, I didn't go further into that. And I think I would be remiss not to, because Puerto Rico is very much a Catholic, culturally Catholic country. Sorry, territory. So I definitely want to keep looking into that because I'm now thinking of where else I can go with this.
Yeah.
Yes, Stella. I totally forgot about this character. I mean, there were so many stories around here too, but in order to not to see her, because around here is a scary character, I needed to start praying. Hacer oraciones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really interesting because there is this idea that prayer will protect us, and prayer is basically just chanting over and over again. It's basically witchcraft. So you're just basically creating a protection circle. You're summoning.
But witchcraft is good. Yesterday, there was we were about 100 participants in the discussion from Ghana by scholars in Ghana on witchcraft accusations. And they were the male presenters and the female presenters, and it dug deep into cultural, Christian, traditional spirituality, all the aspects in which women seem to be the target of witchcraft. They talk about witch communities in which exile witches. So some of the arguments were that witches are actually women who are up to a point not afraid to exercise their spiritual powers, their independence, and therefore they get punished by the system and then exiled. They're exiled. And then the Christian communities, they will say is the spirit of witchcraft. And they actually beat people physically to exorcise that spirit in the name of Christ. So many other things are happening. So it went on, the discussion went on for more than 2 hours, and we have scheduled a second round. So witchcraft is not a bad thing if it is turned into good use. It's just tapping into the spirit world. Okay.
More comments or questions on any of the presentations for that session?
Yeah. And thanks for the music group, because we needed something to calm us down after listening to all the Lloronas and the frightening images. Thank you, Alisa.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to add that Plena has been a way of carrying story and carrying history and carrying and delivering news and protesting. It's Afro-Caribbean ancestry. Like there's so much to Plena particularly, and the way that also women and LGBTQ people are reclaiming some of these practices that were mostly done by men. It's fascinating to see what's happening with Plena nowadays, and I am very excited to somehow jump on culture right now and keep writing music like that and collaborating with people that are extremely way more talented than I am, just so I maybe rubs off on me a little bit.
Is it possible to expand your research to look at the origins of Calypso, which was originally a women's performance, but gradually taken over by men and then used against females? The Plena, Calypso, since I heard that Plena itself did not originally originate from Puerto Rico, but came from the other islands at the west coast of Puerto Rico. So I was thinking, is it a possibility that, okay, which are the feminine roots of these music traditions within the Caribbean? And for what historical and cultural purposes were they performed? And so on. And why is it that up to a point, gradually men just took over when it became commercially more profitable and so on?
Okay, well, we're going to have to wrap up that session. We're already a little bit over time from that session, but now we're going into the 12 o'clock session, which is just an open discussion by members of the Grupo de Investigación de UPR Utuado. So we have some of our compañeros y compañeras y compañeres de Utuado con nosotros, and I would like to welcome them. And maybe I will give the microphone over to Yasmin. Maybe Yasmin can introduce the activity or take us to the next step with the activity. So first of all, let's give a big hand for the last presenters and a big hand for the group from Utuado.
Great.
Yasmin.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, ¿me escuchan? Can you hear?
Sí.
Ay, qué bueno. No se vayan, por favor. Please keep with us, even if you're going to go get your lunch or take a break, because we really want to speak to you. Saludos de parte de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, Recinto de Utuado. Greetings on behalf of the UPR of Utuado. Nothing could honor me more than being here with you all today. Es un gran honor estar aquí presente con ustedes. We bring you a message of optimism and inspiration. Les traemos un mensaje de optimismo e inspiración. We hope to generate a conversation that will allow us to consider the importance of connecting with the earth and with each other, bringing to light issues we face so that through dialogue we can achieve effective solutions. Deseamos generar una conversación que nos permita reflexionar sobre la importancia de hacer una verdadera conexión con la tierra y entre nosotros, trayendo a la luz asuntos que enfrentamos con el fin de llegar a soluciones efectivas a través del diálogo. I introduce you to Lorena Román Aulet, among the first to graduate from our Bachelor's in Sustainable Agriculture. Lurian Morales Falcón, undergraduate student, an apiarist or beekeeper and hunting instructor. And also, if he can join us, esteemed theater director and professor Vicente Castro. Les presento a Lorena Román Aulet, entre las primeras en graduarse del Bachillerato Innovador en Agricultura Sustentable. A Lurian Morales Falcón, joven apicultor, estudiante subgraduado e instructor de cacería. Y si nos puede acompañar hoy, el estimado colega, director de teatro, Vicente Castro. We ask for a few minutes of your time so they can each present their work and ideas. Then we'd like to open the floor for a discussion. We look forward to hearing from you. Les pedimos unos minutos para que cada uno presente su trabajo y su proyecto. Luego deseamos abrir el foro a una discusión abierta para todos. Soy Yasmín Sánchez Reyes, representamos el Gran Utuado. Gracias.
Saludos. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lorena Román Aulet, me acabo de graduar de hace poco del Bachillerato de Agricultura Sustentable. Soy agricultora, soy partera, soy sobadora también, vengo de familia de curandera y este año nos dedicamos entre mi hermana y yo a abrir un centro de sanación recuperando la tradición de las plantas medicinales y la curación tradicional que llevaban nuestras abuelas y abuelos para la comunidad y para reconectarnos con la sabiduría tradicional que existía hace mucho tiempo y sigue existiendo y sigue estando presente ahora mismo. Entonces me dedico también, soy rescatadora de cosechas, me dedico a visibilizar las cosechas que están en abundancia a nuestros alrededores y hacer talleres de procesamiento de esas cosechas también. Nosotras estamos ubicadas en Barrio Batelles, Mayagüez, y pues tenemos un trabajo bien fuerte y bien intenso de sanar nuestro cuerpo a través de la alimentación y que la alimentación sea una fuente de regeneración para nuestro cuerpo y para llegar a la soberanía alimentaria de la isla. Es bien importante que, o sea, de las luchas más grandes que estamos llevando ahora mismo y que llevo ahora mismo en mi corazón es cómo a través de nuestro consumo habitual, de nuestros actos cotidianos, nosotros podemos llegar a la soberanía alimentaria de la isla. Y we have been passing through a process of decolonialism through formation, specifically in the university. I have two friends that have been to Brazil and they have been formed with political formation, specifically with communities, and they have been dedicating themselves to formate us in the university as students with sustainable agricultural practice, with sustainable treatment of the communities. And right now we're ubicated in a community where hay una población indígena ahora mismo, hay mucha población indígena y estamos haciendo un trabajo de base para poder llegar a los pueblos, al pueblo de manera sustentable. And yeah, we're propagating medicinal plants, estamos haciendo mucho plan de siembra también y rescatando la sabiduría ancestral para que se vuelva a ser accesible y sea una fuente de solución, a solution for everything that it has been happening throughout the earth. There has been so much degeneration of Mother Earth through our consumption, and knowing that our money right now in the present moment is our vote for that regeneration of Earth, and supporting projects like ours and projects like different farmers throughout the island in Puerto Rico and Boriken is the solution for all of our problems right now. And it has been like a very big problem because of like COVID right now and what the system plans as a solution to eradicate it. The COVID problem. ¿Me escucho?
Ahora sí.
Okay. Y plantear la solución práctica de consumir lo que está a nuestro alrededor en la tierra. Es una fuente bien eficiente para poder llegar a la soberanía alimentaria. Sí. Mi mensaje era bastante corto, bastante preciso, y allí en Mayagüez, pues ahora mismo estamos rescatando un terreno de 50 cuerdas y reforestando y regenerando la tierra. Tenemos talleres también de hacer composta en el área de Mayagüez, barrio Batelle en Mayagüez. Y nuestra intención es regenerar la tierra so we can have quality of food, so we can have quality of our generations coming in. Because we're still birthing, we're still here. Humanity is still here. And we cannot let system like degenerate us down anymore.
Tengo una pregunta.
Sí.
¿Tendrán algún grupo, como un colectivo, una comunidad que estén trabajando eso? Porque ahora es posible que yo llegue a Puerto Rico en los próximos meses. Y bueno, me interesa como integrarme en grupos de gente que esté interesada en lo que estás hablando, ¿no?
Claro, pues nuestra organización se llama Tierra Querida y al final iba a dar toda la información del proyecto, la ubicación, mi número de teléfono, si se quisieran contactar conmigo. Y lo puedo adelantar ahora también, si tienen para apuntar, mi correo electrónico es lorena.roman1@upr.edu y mi número es 787-639-5205, que lo voy a apuntar allí en el chat también.
Súper.
Sí, nos interesa recibir a las personas y seguir haciendo los talleres allí mismo, porque la intención es que se puedan propagar a lo largo de la isla diferentes centros de sanaciones que incluyan la regeneración de la tierra y el bienestar espiritual, mental y del corazón como parte íntegra de todo este proceso of regenerating Mother Earth. Así que y también pues somos rescatadores de cosechas, hacemos planes de alimentación, proveemos diferentes procesos de sanación también. Perdón por la distracción, es que ahora mismo estoy en el carro y es como gracias, me distraigo un poco en el carro y sí, así que voy a apuntar la información y gracias por este espacio, este tiempo aquí. Ha sido un honor compartir de lo poco que tengo, de lo poco que tengo, de verdad que puedo compartir. Así que muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Lorena y estoy al servicio, a la orden, en devoción.
Gracias, Lorena. Le sigue Lurian.
Saludos a todos, ¿me escuchan bien?
Sí.
En caso de que no me escuchen algo, pues me dejan saber rápido. Voy a hacer la presentación en español. En caso de que no entiendan algo, pues me dejan saber para entonces explicarlo en inglés. Las dudas las puedo contestar en ambos idiomas. ¿Okay? Pues como dijo la profesora, yo soy estudiante de UPRO, de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, Recinto. Estoy en mi tercer año. Y he visto esta presentación sobre la experiencia de los cursos a distancia de estudiantes y profesores, particularmente en UPRO. Les pregunto a ustedes, ¿cómo ha sido esa experiencia de los cursos a distancia en tiempos de pandemia? Los que quieran compartir, claro.
Pues ha sido un reto y aún así siento I get a sense of community. Disculpa que pues entre en Spanglish, pero o sea, tengo un sentido de comunidad con mis compañeros de clase a pesar de que estamos a la distancia. El único problema que le veo es que estamos tanto tiempo frente a la computadora, no estamos interactuando, que eso nos está afectando la salud. Eso, honestamente, en eso es que esa es mi experiencia.
Interesante. Eso mismo pienso yo también. ¿Alguien más?
Sí, yo puedo decir que como tenemos también algunas personas trabajo por internet o trabajo para poder entrar a la conectarse por internet, que ahora los espacios de estudio, espacio personal, espacio laboral, todos se mezclan. Y por ejemplo, en términos de cómo yo siento mentalmente, ahora yo no puedo concentrarme mucho cuando hago trabajos, cuando estoy en mi casa, porque no tengo un espacio donde yo puedo ahora separar mi cabeza, como que este es el espacio que yo puedo concentrarme para poder hacer labor, porque solamente puedo concentrarme en el labor. Ahora tengo todas las cosas mezcladas en un solo espacio y siento que eso como interrumpe mucho también poder hacer trabajo personal igualmente, porque como también estar todo en un solo espacio es exhausting. So now el espacio personal también se siente como otro espacio que consume la energía de uno mismo. The concentration and everything, it feels like it's poor now for me also.
Interesante punto de vista. Pues vamos a continuar. Si alguien más quiere comentar, pues me dejan saber. Pues en Mutuado, nosotros hicimos una encuesta preliminar a profesores y estudiantes. Encuestamos a 28 individuos, tanto profesores y estudiantes, para preguntarles pues, cuál ha sido su experiencia y qué piensan sobre la nueva propuesta, que son las clases híbridas, que es un modelo que se está desarrollando en particularmente muchos recintos de la UPR para poder incorporar las clases presenciales y también híbridas por los tiempos de pandemia que vivimos. Muchos estudiantes respondieron que en esta pandemia han tenido bien poco interés, o sea, el número de concentración ha bajado. Muchos estudiantes pues, han perdido el interés, como dije ahorita, vaya la redundancia. Hay muchos estudiantes que comentan que tienen menos comunicaciones con los profesores. Eso quiere decir que pues, le envían un correo, por ejemplo, y no responde el profesor o tarda mucho en responder. Y eso crea una brecha entre estudiante y profesor que antes no existía. Y eso crea un rezago en el estudiante y le da depresión al estudiante porque puede ser que sea algo que no entienda un trabajo en particular o un examen. Muchos estudiantes se han dado de baja, que están a punto de terminar, y cuando empezó la pandemia y esta situación, pues muchos profesores no tomaron en cuenta sus situaciones en particulares y muchos se tuvieron que dar de baja por la situación. Y piensan regresar cuando la pandemia termine, pero pues el problema es que no sabemos cuándo va a terminar. Entonces, otras situaciones es que pues las clases se han vuelto muy monótonas, particularmente no todo, yo lo digo por experiencia propia. Hay clases que solamente el profesor habla y solamente uno de los estudiantes habla nada más. Hay menos interactividad, como dije anteriormente. Hay mucho estrés, porque muchos estudiantes si no te puedes conectar no puedes tomar la clase. Si no tienes una buena computadora, un buen teléfono, pues todos esos crean dificultades. Y entre otros factores, los costos de los cursos híbridos en muchos recintos no se han considerado, particularmente en Utuado. Si uno lo considera, pues es bien caro, porque, por ejemplo, yo me quedé una semana en todo y gasté casi $300 en esa semana, porque los hospedajes no están funcionando adecuadamente, las carreteras están bien deterioradas, hay que tener un buen vehículo, buena computadora, no hay internet en muchos de los hospedajes en Ecuador, que es un gasto bien alto. Muchos estudiantes en la encuesta respondieron que prefieren quedarse en línea por los costos, porque es más sano, más seguro. Y pues muchos estudiantes prefieren las clases en línea, como lo que mencioné ahorita. Muchos estudiantes extrañan la comunicación entre estudiantes. O sea, en todo no hay muchas actividades curriculares que están ocurriendo ahora mismo, hay bien pocas en las que el estudiante pueda comunicarse con otros estudiantes, y eso causa un problema porque nosotros no tenemos unas horas para distraernos, así que para conocer estudiantes y otros profesores. Y pues siempre es estudio y tenemos que buscar unos momentos que hay que distraernos, buscar actividades culturales, y eso nos está ocurriendo en Utuado particularmente. Ahora les pregunto a ustedes, ¿qué ustedes creen que se puede mejorar en este proceso? ¿Qué ustedes creen que podrían hacer los profesores, los estudiantes o tal vez la administración para mejorar este proceso? Aparte de que una de las cosas que no mencioné, pues, que hay muy poca matrícula en Utuado. O sea, antes era baja por lo que estaba pasando y ahora hay menos. Y está bajando drásticamente. ¿Alguna recomendación que ustedes tengan pues, para mejorar el proceso? ¿Qué ustedes piensan sobre eso? ¿Se podrá mejorar? Esto es una sesión abierta que ustedes pueden comentar. Si no tienen nada que comentar, pues me dejan saber. Para entonces continuar.
Bueno, yo lo que quería aportar es que, y disculpen el background noise, que mi vecindario está a fuego ahora, me he percatado que hay muchos profesores que están simplemente en contra de la instrucción virtual y se bloquean tanto que hacen la experiencia frustrante en vez de adaptarse y en vez de realizar de que, pues mira, esto es una oportunidad como que para mejorar, aprender, llegar a la realidad de que la tecnología está aquí y la tecnología va a tener que ser parte de las clases. Me consta que hubo profesores que hasta cancelaron, que dijeron, pues, como no nos vamos a ver más, hasta aquí llegó la clase. Yo les voy a mandar email si ustedes breguen. Y eso es como que, wow, entonces para eso me voy como un independent study. Siento que hay que tener esas conversaciones a nivel administrativo de identificar los profesores que sienten que esto no es importante o que no tiene futuro y pues ver por qué se sienten así y cómo trabajarlo, porque o sea, he tenido suerte, toco madera, que esa no ha sido mi experiencia, pero tengo compañeros que me han dicho, pues, llegamos hasta marzo presencial y yo no volví a ver al profesor. Él me mandaba un email una vez a la semana. Y eso es bien fuerte.
Sí, sí, y como mencioné, pues eso crea una brecha entre estudiante y profesor, y pues el estudiante le puede dar estrés, porque muchos estudiantes pues dicen, pues está bien, pues, la clase se acabó, pero ¿y lo que te falta por aprender del semestre? Y la nota que tenías. Si tenías una nota baja, pues ¿qué va a pasar? Porque son muchos factores que estaban ocurriendo en ese proceso que tal vez no se consideraron, particularmente porque muchos estudiantes no compartían esas experiencias. O sea, tú las conocías después, cuando uno empezaba a hablar con la gente y te preguntaba y te decían esas cosas y uno se quedaba con la boca abierta. Continuando así, con las recomendaciones.
Tenemos una mano levantada de Pierre Angeli Leconte.
Saludos.
Saludos, qué bueno verles a todos y a todas. Siempre aprendiendo mucho, les felicito. Todas las presentaciones han estado espectaculares. Muchísimas gracias. Y con actividades como esta, pues ayudamos, ¿verdad?, a sentirnos otra vez conectados y conectadas. Cada cual estamos en nuestras casas, en nuestros pueblos, y de esta manera fomentamos la conversación. Agradezco a Yasmín, que siempre trae la voz de los estudiantes, muy importante, a los profesores Faraclas y Dannabang para también promover este foro. Quería añadir en esta conversación que también las y los estudiantes deben propiciar, acercarse a los profesores. Sabemos que habemos profesores que somos más dispuestos o dispuestas y otros que son más difíciles de contactar, pero quiero que no pierdan de perspectiva que las y los profesores estamos en el mismo barco de ustedes, estamos en la misma pandemia, con los mismos recursos, trabajando desde nuestras casas, con nuestra electricidad que se va. En Ponce se ha ido todos los días de las últimas 2 semanas, todos los días en algún momento se va la luz, esté yo dando clase o no. Con nuestros recursos, la camarita que tengo, la computadora que tengo, sin ser expertos ni expertas en la tecnología. Para algunos y algunas profesores, según su nivel de peritaje, según su edad, también el manejar las clases en línea ha sido más o menos difícil. También yo les tengo que decir, yo hago y tengo estas conversaciones con mis estudiantes porque a veces, como nos sentimos todos y todas tan agobiados, es fácil decir, ay, pero es que la clase, pero el profesor la ha cambiado, la profesora no me contesta al momento y perdemos de perspectiva. Por ejemplo, cuando yo daba mis clases presenciales, que tenía esa conexión con los estudiantes, probablemente al estar allí, esa energía de estar todos y todas juntas, evocaba un espacio donde quizás para hacer preguntas, yo usualmente doy clases a estudiantes undergraduates, prepa en su mayoría, que todavía tienen una timidez, están en la transición de high school a universidad. No es lo mismo quizás que estudiantes graduados, mucho miedo, como yo, ¿verdad? Participo de manera efectiva en la clase. Muchas veces yo doy una clase donde veo, en la camarita veo mi cara y veo muchos otros nombres, pero yo no obligo a nadie a encender sus cámaras, pero a veces me siento muy sola porque quienes participan pues son unos cuantos y otras. No quiero obligar a nadie, ¿verdad? Que no pueda encender la cámara, pero de la misma manera que ustedes se sienten a veces alienated, nosotros y nosotras que queremos hacer el mejor trabajo también. En una clase presencial, usualmente un estudiante hacía una pregunta y todos y todas se beneficiaban de esa contestación y de esa conversación. Ahora yo encuentro muchas veces que él o la estudiante a veces no se atreve a hacer esa pregunta, las camaritas están apagadas, etcétera, se da algún tipo de conversación y luego yo recibo 35 emails con la pregunta, que probablemente si alguien la hubiera contestado, que a mí quizás no se me ocurrió, la hubiéramos discutido y se aclaraba para las 35 personas. Luego yo tengo, ¿verdad?, que tratar de ponerlo en un foro que yo no sé si lo van a ver o no, o tratar de contestar 35 emails con la misma pregunta, porque yo no quiero que ningún estudiante sienta que no le estoy contestando. Pero la logística de yo contestar 35 emails para 4 secciones de una misma pregunta significa que no te voy a poder contestar en el momento, porque probablemente estoy contestando otras 65 emails con la misma pregunta. Son conversaciones que tenemos que tener, ¿verdad? Todo el mundo en esta situación novel, estamos agobiados, tratando de hacer lo mejor que tenemos. Yo pienso mucho sobre esto para tratar de acomodar a mis estudiantes. Yo quisiera recibir ese mismo beneficio de la duda como profesora, que no es a veces que no puedo contestarte en el momento, que la clase a lo mejor, pues sí, hay unas cosas que tuve que cambiar porque la modalidad y las circunstancias no permiten que se dé de la misma manera. Eso quería contribuir. Muchas gracias.
A lo que dice la profesora, ya estoy por terminar por si acaso. Las clases en línea no son perfectas. No es que estamos en este modelo y esto es lo máximo. O sea, tiene sus pros, tiene sus contras. A eso voy a añadirle las sugerencias como estudiante. Yo creo que a nivel de las recomendaciones que yo doy es más bien a profesores, que los profesores pueden adoptar, y también pues los estudiantes de la manera que sea posible para mejorar el proceso. y para tratar de hacerlo lo más humano posible, porque esta es una experiencia que nosotros estamos tratando de humanizar. No estamos en grupo como estábamos antes, pero queremos tener la sensación de que cuando uno esté hablando, pues otra persona esté recibiendo el mensaje que uno está tratando de comunicar, particularmente en las clases en línea. Por eso es que, pues, si tú estás hablando en la clase como profesor y todo tú te tiene la cámara apagada, pues uno no siente que pues, está hablando con personas, no está hablando con una computadora más. Y pues no hacemos humana la experiencia. Las recomendaciones. Muchas recomendaciones, por ejemplo, particularmente en Utuado, pues muchos profesores envían en correo el mismo día de la reunión, pues el enlace de Outlook o lo que sea. Yo particularmente recomiendo que no hagan eso así, porque que lo hagan mejor en Google Calendar con una agenda, con el mismo enlace todo el semestre. O sea, tú puedes hacer en Google Calendar, por ejemplo, crear un solo Google Meet y enviárselo a tus estudiantes y que eso dure hasta mayo, por ejemplo, de agosto a mayo. Y de esa manera el enlace siempre es el mismo en todo el semestre. O sea, que no todo el tiempo va a cambiar. Eso limita, va a reducir el estrés que tienen los estudiantes, porque, por ejemplo, a mí me pasa mucho que los profesores nos envían ese enlace y uno está temprano esperando, pues mira, me habrá llegado, tengo mal internet, él se le olvidó enviarme el enlace, habrá clase hoy, no habrá clase hoy, y es un estrés que se puede como que eliminar, porque si se hace esa recomendación que es fácil, pues se podría. Otra recomendación, pues los mismos profesores, pues, otras maneras de evaluar, por ejemplo, muchos profesores están utilizando los exámenes, lo que está bien, está excelente, está fantástico, pero muchos estudiantes, pues yo me estoy contando con muchos estudiantes que no están estudiando y que no están haciendo las lecturas correspondientes por la manera que uno te responde. Y de esa manera, pues, por ejemplo, hacer un debate, que el estudiante se prepare, tenga que hacer una investigación, hacer una presentación, hacer ese tipo de cosas. Esto lo hacen que el estudiante que se involucre en la lectura y en la investigación, y también pues que tenga experiencia de investigación, tenga experiencia de cómo citar este documento y pues cómo yo defiendo este punto de vista, porque quiero tener la nota y quiero salir y quiero aprender algo y que pues ese tiempo que yo voy a invertir, que es más que un examen si vienes a verlo, pues a mí, por lo menos a mí se me queda más el conocimiento de esa manera. Otra manera, pues crear más sesiones. En Utuado hay un problema que hay bien pocas sesiones de clase, entonces los grupos son de casi de 20 personas o más de 20 personas, y entre más personas hay en una reunión virtual, pues más lenta es la conexión. Y es posible que tú no puedas prender la cámara en esa reunión, porque la conexión es tan lenta y si tú tienes conexión frágil de por sí, pues no puedes hacer la interacción como tú quisieras. Puedes hacer las clases lo más sincrónicas posible. Hay muchos profesores que prefieren hacer las clases sincrónicas, lo que está bien, pero la manera que sea posible, pues hacerlas sincrónicas. O sea, hacer las reuniones, porque a veces los estudiantes pierden la perspectiva del curso y a veces se les olvida que hay que hacer los trabajos de ese curso porque hace tiempo que no hay una reunión. Y que le ha pasado a muchos compañeros y entonces de momento el profesor le envía, mira, tienen que entregar tantos trabajos que tienen atrasados. Como llevan tanto tiempo sin reuniones, pues eso puede pasar. Y pues eso es mi presentación. Si ustedes tienen algún otro punto que ofrecer, otra recomendación, todas esas cosas o preguntas, pueden hacérmelas en confianza. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Yes, we want to open it up to talking about whatever you want, porque muchas veces en las clases o en las conferencias no podemos hablar de lo que uno quiere y queremos dejar este espacio para eso. Así que si está bien con el profesor, pues cualquier comentario, no tiene que ser de nuestra presentación, de lo que queramos hablar. Gracias.
En primer lugar, como quisiera, bueno, que nos diéramos aplauso al grupo de Utuado. Y bueno, de mi parte, yo quiero agregar una sola cosa. Siempre cuando la gente me pregunta cuál es tu postura o cómo tú bregas con la situación, yo siempre digo, para mí, la pandemia es el equivalente a un huracán. Entonces, yo me comporto, yo planifico, yo organizo las cosas de tal manera que, como si fuera un desastre como el huracán. Entonces, y he tenido que modificar muchas cosas, pero siempre con la conciencia de que es un desastre, estamos enfrentándonos a un desastre. Los estudiantes y los profesores, todo el mundo está en una época o estamos en una situación donde tenemos que andar con mucho cuidado, con mucho entendimiento, con mucha apertura, con mucha paciencia, porque bueno, para mucha gente representa un desastre que sea a muchos niveles. Entonces, y con esta conciencia, yo creo que he podido bregar hasta cierto punto con la situación.
Y hablando de profesor, al punto que trae el profesor, como yo mencioné, las clases virtuales a distancia tienen unos beneficios increíbles, porque nos han permitido continuar con nuestra educación, porque si no hubiera sido por esto, todavía estuviéramos, hubiéramos buscado una manera, porque nosotros somos bien ingeniosos para poder llevar nuestra educación, pero esta herramienta es lo que hay hasta el momento y pues tenemos que utilizarla lo mejor posible, y si nos damos cuenta que hay una falla, pues reconocerla y pues mejorar, porque si nosotros de manera contraria no lo hacemos, pues la educación del futuro pues se va a ver perjudicada, porque más estudiantes se están dando de baja, como mencioné anteriormente, y particularmente no todos, si sigue continuando bajando la matrícula, pues pueden cerrar porque por poca matrícula. Esto también, pues, en esos puntos, y que gracias a esto muchos estudiantes han buscado y profesores han actualizado sus cursos también, porque por ejemplo antes utilizaban unos textos que pues, estaban hace 10 años, por ejemplo, entonces con esta tecnología pues ahora pueden buscar nuevos videos, nuevas fotos, nuevos diagramas, cosas que están accesibles en la red al momento y uno las puede compartir en el momento de la clase, y eso beneficia mucho la clase. También uno lo puede hacer en la presencial, pero no es lo mismo. Entonces, que si uno ve todos esos puntos, pues tiene un lado bueno. Lado malo, pues que si no tienes una buena computadora, un buen sistema de internet, de luz, pues y no tienes un espacio adecuado para no tomar las clases, pues esas son las desventajas. Pero pues, estos son algunas recomendaciones que yo como estudiante veo que si se mejoran, pues el aprovechamiento académico de muchos estudiantes y lo que es el aprovechamiento en los cursos, o sea, lo que el profesor te enseña, pues uno lo aplica en la vida, pues será mejor y le da uno sentido a esa enseñanza que el profesor te está tratando de impartir. Pues eso sería todo. Cualquier otra duda o comentario, pues me pueden dejar saber en confianza.
Okay, want to say that en el chat están mencionando, Mabel dice que los estudiantes deben darle talleres a los profesores. And that's a great idea. That you get that perspective, you know, it's important
sí,
to get the other.
Eso me recuerda un punto importante. Muchas veces, en hace tiempito, desde que empezó la pandemia, no se hacen las evaluaciones de profesores, que uno le hace lo de profesores, de estudiante a profesor, y para mí eso es una excelente herramienta. Porque no es por criticar al profesor, sino pues hay unas evaluaciones que uno hace, mira, profesor, yo no escucho bien. Y cuando él habla en la reunión virtual, pues yo entiendo que él debe subir un poco el volumen, porque yo tengo problemas de audición o yo tengo otros problemas de visión y lo que él está tratando de presentar yo no lo puedo ver. Y todas esas son recomendaciones. Por ejemplo, si él está usando un modelo de PowerPoint en particular, un formato, pues él ve esa recomendación, yo tengo que cambiar porque este estudiante no ve, o la letra es muy pequeña, o la letra no se ve clara, y que son cosas que son pequeñas cosas, pero hacen una gran diferencia en el futuro. Porque esas son cosas que a veces uno dice, eso no es nada. Pero un estudiante que tenga unas necesidades en particulares, pues te las señala y te ayuda como ser humano a mejorar. Okay, hay una persona que quiere participar en el chat, Marisol, adelante.
Sí, Marisol.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Pues a mí me toca la experiencia de ser profesora en la UPI, de estar dando estos cursos virtuales y pues aborrecida como todo el mundo, pero acomodándome a ese sistema. Es muy interesante lo que dice el profesor Faraclas, que cómo es que consideramos esta situación de educación virtual y pensar que estamos en medio de un desastre, ¿verdad? Pensar que estamos en medio del desastre. Cuando miro el chat, pues definitivamente a nosotros los profesores nos toca acomodarnos a estos y nos toca reaprender, aprender y reaprender un montón de cosas. Por lo menos para mí, en la Universidad de Puerto Rico, en el recinto de Río Piedras, el Centro de Excelencia Académica ha sido una herramienta grandísima que me ha dado justamente esas herramientas para acomodar estas clases virtuales para el estudiante, ¿verdad? Y que nunca se nos olvide esta parte humana de que, pues sí, podemos tener un montón de herramientas, pero los estudiantes no necesariamente tienen el ancho de banda de su internet, o algunos estudiantes no tienen una computadora apropiada para estas clases largas. Entonces, ¿cómo es que uno se acomoda al estudiante? Y definitivamente, y lo leí también en el chat, estar abierto como profesor a aprender del estudiante. Usted estaba comentando sobre cómo a veces presentamos cosas que el estudiante no puede ver. El CIA también ofreció un curso sobre acomodo razonable, ¿verdad? Y ¿qué es el acomodo razonable más que firmarles un documento, sino utilizar todas esas herramientas posibles apropiadas para que el estudiante esté cómodo y que sea inclusivo y que el estudiante pueda verlo todo. Entonces, me ha pasado yo todo el semestre asegurándome que los PowerPoints que preparo tengan un tamaño de letra, un color de fondo, un brillo, de todo, para que todos los estudiantes puedan ver, puedan entender, que todos los videos que estoy utilizando, que tengan un sonido apropiado y que los estudiantes lo puedan ver. Pero una cosa muy importante es hablar con el estudiante, ¿verdad? Y preguntarle y darles esa confianza de venir donde uno y decir, profesor, eso no me está funcionando. Y a veces nos hace falta un poquito de eso, ¿verdad? Entonces es muy interesante eso, que a veces uno le tiene que decir al estudiante y dejarle claro, ¿verdad? You need to meet me halfway, tell me what you need. Y con esa conversación, y es que yo creo que, por lo menos en mi caso, esta educación virtual está sirviendo para los estudiantes. Y a cada rato les pregunto, ¿cómo les va? ¿Cómo se sienten? ¿Les gusta? ¿Qué me falta? ¿Lo entendieron? Y pues definitivamente, como Pierre decía antes, a veces ahora tengo menos correos electrónicos preguntando por qué, porque me mato en los cursos haciendo las preguntas. Pero sí es una actividad que tienen que ser de ambas partes, ¿verdad? El profesor y el estudiante. Uno como profesor abierto a aprender de ellos y que ellos entiendan que uno sí está abierto a aprender de ellos. Así que me parece muy bueno que hayan traído esto a colación. Muchas gracias.
Excelente puntos, profesora. Hay otra persona que dice que va a participar, no sé.
Ok, quisiera avisarles a ustedes que yo voy ahora a empezar a bajar las presentaciones de la tarde. Entonces, ustedes pueden continuar a hablar, no hay problema. Tenemos 8 minutos antes de la próxima sesión, pero en su pantalla puede ser que va a aparecer un disparate, una cosa, bueno, muchas imágenes, pero lo que está pasando, yo estoy bajando las presentaciones para la tarde. Entonces, disculpa la molestia, pero que ustedes continúen con su interacción, con su conversación, que yo encuentro bien interesante y bien, bueno, para mí, bien, una cosa de que yo estoy aprendiendo mucho.
Sí.
Ok.
Y también otra recomendación que se me olvidó resaltar es que, por ejemplo, en Google Meet, en Microsoft Teams y en Zoom también, hay una opción que tú puedes compartir el número de acceso. Eso quiere decir el número de acceso a la reunión. ¿Ustedes conocen sobre eso? Para así no explicarle un poco. Pues miren, el número de acceso es cuando, y el password de la reunión, es cuando si tú no tienes internet, no tienes una computadora adecuada para la presentación o tú en la reunión por los problemas técnicos, pues tú te puedes conectar de emergencia por el celular a la reunión. No necesitas internet. Simplemente, pues tú llamas a un número en particular que el profesor provea y ingresas un password y estás en la reunión por teléfono. Obviamente no vas a tener la cámara prendida, pero si no tienes una dificultad que está presentando y la computadora no quiere prender, no quiere hacer el proceso, pues de una manera así, pues tú puedes estar presente. Y cortes el audio, apagues el audio, las mismas funciones, pero por teléfono. Esas son herramientas que tal vez los profesores compartiendo, dejándole saber esas opciones al estudiante, pues el estudiante pues, pueda tener esa interactividad, pueda asistir a clases, porque muchos estudiantes no participan en clases, no porque no quieran, sino porque tal vez la comunicación, el internet que tienen no es muy confiable, y eso causa que pues, hay veces que tú puedas ir, veces que no puedas ir, y es por eso. ¿Alguna persona tiene algo que comentar? Una pregunta también.
Shelly and Malu, it looked like you guys wanted to talk. Parecía que querían hablar.
¿Tú dices yo?
I thought that Malu or Shelly wanted to talk the way that they were looking at the camera. It just seemed like they wanted to say something. But anyone, cualquier persona que desea dialogar, we have 4 more minutes left to be able to have a conversation.
I'd like to say something, if that's okay. I'm going to say this in English because I'm very English dominant, and I think that I'll express it better this way. So I just want to give that heads up. Can you guys hear me well? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
This entire process has been personally demoralizing. I know that it is a disaster within the chaos and what's happening, but personally, it's been a disconnect for me academically. I feel like I'm in an academic limbo where I am constantly debating whether I'm learning or not. The professors I love, what they say I love, how they say it I love. The passion is there, the interest is there, and I'm here for a reason. But yet I feel this disconnect towards academia that I haven't felt in a long time, since my first year of my BA. Back when I wasn't even considering my master's degree. I'm studying English linguistics, and I took that path because I was passionate enough about language, culture, and change to delve into these topics, but yet I am far away from what I want to do because of this pandemic. I have sympathy towards the professors that have to deal with it. I have sympathy towards the students that have been struggling and those that have excelled. But even though I've been getting good grades and my GPA has been better than ever, I just feel disconnected, and that sucks. I'm a social being. I want to be in that classroom. I want to meet the people that I'm staring at. They seem cool. And I feel like that enriches the process and it makes it so much more immersed. I've seen so many people from different places and cultures and states and islands, but suddenly we're here apart. And that's frustrating. It elevates it with what we're experiencing. And I've seen professors handle it perfectly. But hopefully that change will be done soon. And hopefully it will be done in a way where it's seamless for me to feel connected again. That's just my personal take. And it's been very frustrating.
Thank you.
Y excelente, sí, o sea, eso me pasa mucho a mí también. O sea, yo estoy en la universidad y quiero tener diferentes puntos de vista, no solamente del profesor, sino también de los compañeros, estudiantes, porque a veces uno está presentando a un punto de vista y otro compañero sabe más de ese tema y se crea un debate y no es nada malo. Es excelente porque tú conoces otros puntos de vista y si uno está mal, pues uno también lo sabe y lo admite. Y uno dice, mira, la otra persona está más preparada que yo, tengo que reconocerlo. Y esa comunicación se da, pero cuando estamos en línea muchas veces eso no está pasando. Y pues solamente uno se tiene el punto de vista del profesor. Y yo, en mi pensamiento, creo que si nosotros estamos en la universidad se debe impulsar el conocimiento universal. No solamente el profesor, sino que el estudiante también aporte algo. Yo tengo cursos que creo que son los únicos de los estudiantes que lo hacen. Que yo cualquier referencia que tengo la hago en un documento y se la envío al profesor. Mira, profesor, yo preparo este documento de todos los enlaces complementarios del curso, videos, artículos, todo, y yo lo pongo gracias a APA. que mire, si usted lo quiere poner en su prontuario, actualizarlo, lo puede hacer en confianza, yo no tengo problema, eso es mi aportación al curso, o sea, yo aporto al conocimiento, porque el profesor se mejora y se mejora el curso, porque a veces hay un video que explica algo, por ejemplo, de Constantinopla, de una manera bien extraordinaria, y el profesor lo está tratando de explicar y poner el video y se mejora, porque tú ves esos gráficos y tienes otro punto de vista y se mejora el curso de una manera extraordinaria. Y aparte de que muchos de nosotros estudiantes somos muy visuales. Ajá, profesor, diga.
Tenemos dos manos levantadas, Glorimar, y eso serían las últimas intervenciones para esta sesión, sí, porque ya estamos llegando, bueno, ya es la 1. Glorimar.
Muy buenas tardes, yo soy Glorimar Rodríguez, estoy aquí bien contenta y feliz. Yo soy profesora de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, Recinto de Utuado, y quiero reconocer a la profesora Yasmin Sánchez, que año tras año siempre nos representa a través de este magnífico simposio. Sobre los comentarios que han hecho los estudiantes, sobre sus experiencias. Para mí, en la educación a distancia, es fundamental la creatividad. Y eso es algo que no podemos echar a un lado. Estamos en el siglo XXI y la creatividad y lo que es colaborativo es fundamental. Si esos elementos no están presentes en la educación a distancia, y de hecho también cuando lleguemos presencial, vamos a estar fracasando. Porque a veces me he topado con algunos profesores que dicen, es que yo no aprendí así, yo aprendí de esta otra forma, pero no estamos en ese mismo contexto. O sea, su educación fue hace 40 años, 50 años y quizás en ese momento fue efectivo, pero estamos viviendo momentos difíciles y diferentes. Además, tenemos muchos recursos que deberíamos sacarle el mayor provecho. En Utuado yo colaboro también con la educación a distancia, además de dar cursos de humanidades y de historia, y estamos encaminando en la medida que podamos desarrollar más cursos a distancia porque estamos conscientes que aunque vayamos presencial en un momento dado, sea en agosto o el año que viene, va a haber una comunidad de estudiantes que por su situación va a tener que continuar estudiando a distancia, sea que trabaja, sea que están encargados de una familia. Así que ese es el enfoque que estamos trabajando en Utuado. Por tanto, las experiencias que comenta Lurian es bien importante para nosotros porque vamos mejorando ese proceso y uno nunca para de aprender. Así que felicito a la profesora Yasmin, a sus estudiantes y a los organizadores de este simposio que ahí fielmente todos los años están ahí dando exposición sobre estos distintos temas que son muy valiosos para la comunidad, no tan solo académica, sino para toda persona que está interesada en aprender.
Ok, Alice tenía su mano levantada, pero ella dijo que, bueno, después no. Bueno, no quiere decir algo, Alice.
Era simplemente que lo había puesto en el chat, que es algo que siempre tenemos que tener en cuenta y algo que yo lamentablemente he empezado a pensar más recientemente, y es el asunto de las acomodaciones para personas que tienen discapacidades y de movimiento particular, y cómo ha sido un comentario bastante fuerte de la comunidad con discapacidad, es ese que llevan años y años tratando, desde que apareció la capacidad de hacer cosas por video chats, muchas personas han abogado porque se pueda integrar eso a la manera en que ellos contribuyen, sea trabajando, sea aprendiendo, y ahora que la pandemia está, es que por fin se atiende y se acomoda todo el mundo dentro de ese ámbito y que tiene sus retos, pero que pienso que cuando se regrese a lo que sea presencial, tiene que haber una conciencia de no volver a marginar personas que de momento pudieron participar, ¿verdad?, de experiencias académicas o experiencias laborales o experiencias culturales, y entonces que se mantengan al frente de la conversación, que se mantengan integradas en las planificaciones de acceso a los espacios. Y nada, quería comentar eso.
Ok, y la última palabra viene de Chile, de nuestra compañera Malú. Entonces, Malú, para terminar la sesión.
Hola, bueno, yo quería comentar un poco que yo me encuentro desarrollando una investigación sobre la educación virtual en Chile y en algunas universidades de Brasil y bueno, participó también Puerto Rico también en la participación en educación superior. Y algunas cosas que son preocupantes cuando nosotros revisamos el análisis de resultados es justamente los profesores se sienten muy inquietos respecto de potenciar estos recursos digitales. Sin embargo, hay una problemática de contexto, porque en la universidad en la que trabajo hay mucha desigualdad social. Por lo tanto, tú puedes entregar muchos recursos digitales, aplicaciones, nuevas metodologías, pero hay una brecha de base, que es el acceso a Internet, el acceso a tener un computador en tu casa. Y eso, y también lo que decía aquí la compañera Alice, respecto también de personas que, por ejemplo, son ciegas y sordas. Nosotros tenemos una universidad en donde se forman profesores de educación especial y muchos de los estudiantes que asisten a esta universidad son ciegas y sordas. Y por lo tanto, esto ha sido un desafío. Más allá de los recursos y de potenciar estas habilidades, hay este elemento que es de tensión. Solo eso que también es un aspecto que hay que considerar al momento siempre de hablar de las TIC.
Ok, gracias. Y otro aplauso para el grupo de Utuado. Entonces, quisiera que empezáramos con la sesión de la 1 y vamos a empezar con una presentación titulada The Migration of Afro-Atlantic English Lexifier Creole Speakers in the Caribbean. Y la presentadora es Ana Regina Vázquez Barreto. Ok, Ana, yo voy a proyectar la diapositiva. Ana, ¿puedes ver la diapositiva? Ana.
It says right now, okay, perfect, I can see it, yes.
Okay,
thank you,
entonces
Professor.
yo voy a abrir la slideshow. Okay, y dime cuando, tell me when you would like me to change the slide.
Of course, of course. So thank you for having me. Thank you for being here. And as the professor, of course, introduced me, I am Ana Regina Vázquez, and I'm going to be presenting. And we can go ahead to the next slide, actually.
¿No aparece?
Okay, so yeah, I think there's a slight delay, so I'll just go ahead and start talking when I say the next slide then. So before we go to the English in the Caribbean, before we talk about the arrival of European powers in the Caribbean, we have to talk about the pre-colonial migration that occurred in the Caribbean. And that is, of course, that they formed sea routes connecting the Caribbean, Central America, South America, and also North America by the indigenous population disconnection for millennia before the European powers arrived. And as quoted in the PowerPoint I have here, it says that migration was a multi-directional and ancient phenomenon that prevailed in an interconnected region from long before the arrival of Columbus. So this is something that would become of great benefit to the colonial settlement enterprise and the privateering business and the renegade communities during and after these first colonial encounters. You have linguistic, cultural, and ethnic contact that was in many cases the norm in the plurilinguistic indigenous communities, the Arawak and Caribbean populations of the Antilles, which is our interest in the Caribbean. And they spoke several languages amongst themselves, and they sustained this rich, complex system of trade and migrations between the islands and also with the Isthmo-Colombian region.
Did the slide ever appear for you, Anna?
Yes, it did.
It eventually did.
It just lagged, that's all, so it's no
Okay.
problem, thank you.
Okay,
So on the next slide, we have the English in Africa, and it's actually, even before we consider how English was brought to the Caribbean by the British, we also have to consider that they went to the African shores by ways of traders and privateers in the 16th century. And the British turned their attention to the Upper Guinea coast, where the British established themselves in the Sierra Leone coast. That we have evidence of that. They established forts, factories in modern Sierra Leone, and they also performed visits to the coast. They even settled there permanently, and they formed families with the communities there. They formed Creole families themselves. And there's evidence even by research of Mervyn Ayen. I believe I'm saying that name correctly. But if I'm not, Elaine, okay, thank you. Elaine studied Creole, which is of the Afro-Atlantic English lexifier Creole of Sierra Leone, and also studied Sranan, which is from Suriname, and Jamaican English lexifier Creole. And it studied that even before the arrival of repatriated Caribbean Maroons into Sierra Leone, there's evidence that there was already there a Creole being spoken. And some of the African slaves that were brought to the Caribbean colonies, they could have brought with them an English lexifier Creole. This is certainly something that we can't ignore in the building of the Caribbean with the communities that were formed in English lexifier Creoles varieties that emerged there. In the next slide, please. So now we have to talk about Africans in the Caribbean, which is of course a fact of slave trade that came to be in the colonial enterprise. And I have here a survey executed by Oldendorp in the St. Croix in the 1767, and it identified over 50 African ethno-linguistic groups, over 20 African languages spoken on the island, belonging to the Benue-Ka branch of the Niger-Congo family, other families, other branches of the Niger-Congo. And this is without considering, like I said, pidginized, creolized varieties of African languages that the slaves brought with them. And the presence of all these identities and their languages does not discount that any one of them from the Creoles that would have emerged. Their influence and the relevance and the formation is still very much present with the Afro-Atlantic English lexifier Creoles. Okay, so talking about the British and the English coming into the Caribbean, from the 15th century onward, you had a process of migration, relocated peoples from criminalized, dispossessed peoples from the British Isles to the Americas. They, during that time, they had limited success establishing colonies, but they still moved these peoples to the Caribbean area. And so during the 16th and 17th centuries, they faced fierce indigenous resistance, and also from the other colonial powers, the Iberian colonial power and the French. You still had English, Scots, Irish, Welsh renegades raiding the Caribbean coastline, and they established privateering logging bases on the fringes of the colonial society. And their initial role as raiders and contraband traders, they accumulated knowledge of settlement patterns and sea routes, like we mentioned with the indigenous sea routes, the established migration routes. And it brought them into linguistic contact with the indigenous peoples and the marooned peoples of African descent living in the Caribbean coast of Central America. And the peoples who successfully resisted colonization. And next slide, please. So the renegades and the privateers, the renegades and privateers, but pirates as well. The development of these English lexifier Creoles must have been impacted by the multi-ethnic, multi-linguistic communities that is also aboard the seafaring vessels, the English seafaring vessels, because you have documents that indicate that the sea captains, they could enlist as many African descended slaves or freedmen as they desired. And you have surveys that at least half of the crews on ships moored in Kingston Harbor, they were Black, or that some ships also only had one white man on board the ship. So you had these centers, multi-ethnic centers here on the seafaring routes. You had Afro-Indigenous communities of cohabitation along the Mosquito Coast as well, aided the British privateers raiding Spanish ships and the settlements throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. They had quoted here, for 3 centuries, beginning in the early 1500s, there were Maroons who fought alongside pirates in their naval battles. They guided them in the raids on major cities and participated with them in widespread illicit international trade. So you had all of these connections already happening and all these migration patterns already happening. And the establishment of English control over Jamaica in the mid-1600s would not have been possible without the assistance of these renegades and the privateers who formed these connections. right, next slide, thank you. So we can talk about the migration of the speakers of the Afro-Atlantic English lexifier speakers. And I will say that this is a piece of everything that I could have gathered, because this presentation, I can only tell you so much, but to start off with a few things of note that I wanted to bring to you. You have the Leeward Islands, and they were the first British colonial possessions in the Caribbean from 1624 onward. And they also, a year later, from the historic records, they settled in Barbados, and that would be the major dispersal point for the diffusion of English and English lexifier creoles in the Caribbean. During the first 20 years of settlement, most of the labor for growing tobacco was provided by indentured servants from Britain and Ireland. And I also don't mention here, but most of the slaves also went through Barbados, and they would disperse through the other colonies that the British would attain. So Barbados became an easy dumping ground for criminals, prisoners, prostitutes, Irish rebels, Romani, people undesired by the British enterprise. And you also had more intensive labor production, which is African slave labor, replacing indentured labor. And like I mentioned, they would be shipped off and sent off to other colonies, and the white population as well. So after the abolition of slavery, you had Barbados becoming an exporter of labor to the other islands, the French lexifier Creole speaking islands, the Windwards, and you also had Trinidad, and the Dutch lexifier Creole speakers in British Guiana. You had this dispersal happening from Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Next slide, please. Okay, perfect. I can see it. So a second thing that I wanted to bring up is Suriname, which became an English colony in 1651, when the British governor of Barbados sent 100 men to found the colony. So you had in Suriname, in the next 15 years, more English, African, and Jewish people. The Jewish people particularly came from Portuguese Brazil, and they would settle over that colony. However, the Dutch took over this colony in 1667, and those who had settled there, they had to be shipped off to other British islands, particularly Jamaica. So you had this migration happening. Again, it all continues to move over as these possessions of the islands and the colonies would shift between the over the colonial powers. So you had Britain, which I mentioned was Britain possessed Jamaica, and the settlers from British Leewards, Barbados, and Suriname would populate this island. And with sugar being Jamaica's main crop, the slave population would balloon to 92% of the population of Jamaica being slaves. Next slide, please. Thank you. The next thing I wanted to bring up is Providence Island, which is now Providencia and St. Andrews, being settled by the British in 1631. These islands, they were initially populated by the Irish, Scottish, and Welsh, and the English slaves that were brought from Bermuda and Barbados, and also from the African slaves that were brought into these islands. And although their intentions initially, because it was a Puritans religious circle, the first that came in, they intended to convert the indigenous population, these islands became bases for piracy. And they had the renegades, they formed a strong relationship with the Mosquito, and also the Maroons and the Africans, they formed this strong relationship in retaliation to the Spanish Main. However, the Spanish destroyed the settlement in the 1641, and the inhabitants there, they had to be expelled. Many became Maroons, renegades, and logs in the Mosquito Coast of Central America, which is a very interesting, very complex area of study for Afro-Atlantic English lexifier Creoles. But unfortunately, I can't tell you everything because it's so much, and I could do an entire 12-minute presentation just on the Mosquito Coast. So the last thing I have for you is the Windward Islands, which were fiercely defended by the Carib against European encroachment. And they succeeded in defending these islands until the late 1700s, as the British, they took over the islands which had been previously French owned. So the Carib resistance to the British, who also had support from the French, it finally led to a mass deportation of the Carib to St. Vincent, a neighboring island. And from Benson, sorry, the neighboring island where most were transported to the Bay Islands off of Honduras. The English-speaking planters from the leewards would settle on the windwards, with their slaves live alongside the French-speaking planters who had previously settled there. And although the islands became British by 1815, all but Vincent had a large French lexifier Creole speaking population. In St. Vincent, it's very much an English lexifier Creole. And the next slide I have for you is of the source that I have, which is the Spread of English of John Holme, which just in these 2 pages, you can see the movement of populations and in the territories that were English speakers. Like in St. Kitts, you had a population from Ireland that came in there. You had the populations of movement that were, they later had slaves, or they later had their populations move into the other islands. And it's a very in-depth, very complex little list here that I have for you. And you can find this in The Spread of English by John Holme also. If you, also the images that were in the background in the migration, those were also from The Spread of English. Now, in summary, the migration of English and the Afro-Atlantic English lexifier speakers in the Caribbean it's even more complex than I can tell you here in this presentation, which includes the Bahamas, Guyana, and the Trinidad. And this is further evidence for the reimagining of the Caribbean as this vastly interconnected network of different cultures, ethnicities, and languages. And this diversity has been shaped by centuries of the indigenous, the renegade, the maroon, and colonial migration. And all of them helped and contribute to shape and diffuse the lexifier Creoles and move where the Afro-Atlantic lexifier Creoles, where they moved in the Caribbean. The importance of the maroons, the renegades, women, pirates, traders, the peoples of European, African, indigenous descent, they all have a very rich history of collaboration, resistance, cohabitation, and diffusion, and they are all responsible for the emergence of these Caribbean English lexifier Creoles. And I also want to say, before I close this up, that this story doesn't end in here. It doesn't end in the past. This is still happening now. You know, the migration is a path that it isn't closed off today. You still have communities that move around in the islands and they take it out of the Caribbean. You have Afro-Atlantic English lexifier Creoles that are brought to the Pacific. You have them brought to the African coast, like we saw with the migration of repatriated Maroons to Sierra Leone. You also have them moving into the North America, or you have North American English speakers that come to the Caribbean, and they also contribute to this mix of all of the creation of the English lexifier Creoles. So this is something that we still have to see today. We can't stop and ignore that this is something that very much exists in the present. And I want to thank all of you for staying here and for witnessing the participation. And that will be all. Thank you.
Applause for Anna. Okay, let's go on to our next presentation, which will be by Perla C. Vasquez de Fendini, and it's called The Inclusion of Limonese Creole as a Form of Cultural Expression. Perla, please tell me when you want me to change the slide. Can you see the slide, Perla?
Yeah, I can see them. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, you can go ahead, Perla.
Hello, everyone. So as Professor Faraclas mentions, my name is Perla Vasquez de Fendini, and I'm going to be presenting to you the inclusion of Limonese Creole as a form of cultural expression. Next slide, please. The province of Limon is located in Central America, specifically in the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. The last registered population for Limon is 386,862 inhabitants. But the official language of Costa Rica is Spanish. Limon is considered a multilingual and multicultural community that represents the region's history. Some things that characterize the Limonenses are their charisma, their culture, and their approach to communication. Next, please. This investigation conducted a pilot study using a transdisciplinary ethnographic approach to determine how language interacts with identity.
Through our review of media of communication and interviews with the representatives of the community, this study was designed to determine the importance of inclusion and recognition of Limonese Creole as a form of cultural expression for the province of Limón in Costa Rica. Next, please. So what is Limonese Creole? Joseph Haynes mentions how Limonese Creole is an English lexified Creole known to the speakers by many different names. It can be described as a linguistic continuum that extends from a West Indian English-based Creole to a standard English, Limonese English. It is important to keep in mind how, It is important to keep in mind how many of the participants from this study also mentioned how Limonese Creole is called Megateliu or even broken English. Okay, so during the course of this investigation, two main perspectives came afloat. The first would be the acknowledgement and valorization of Limonese Creole. This perspective offers support for the preservation of Limonese Creole and emphasizes the value of teaching young people about their heritage and customs. This specific perspective uses culture-related factors to determine the language's value. Now, the next perspective portrays Limonese Creole as an obstacle to learning standard English and to opportunity. They seek elimination of Limonese Creole and considering it to be an obstacle to the acquisition of standard English, as well as an obstacle to accessing the economic opportunities that come with the mastery of standard English. This perspective has an economic related focus for determining the language's value. So why should language be encouraged and recognized? Osler mentions how only through their own language can they sustain their own traditions, their own self-respect, and their own joy of being who they are. So when talking about language as identity, it is important to know that it becomes a fundamental aspect of culture. It is the means by which we convey our innermost self from generation to generation. It is through language that we transmit and extol culture and its values. Language, both code and content, is a complicated dance between internal and external interpretations of our identity. When talking about language as identity, it is very, very important to keep in mind three main topics. First, the transmission of traditions. Particularly for Limonese Creole, it is an orally transmitted language. This means that only through communication, we can transmit those traditions. Second, we have the representation of experience, and it goes tied with the third. Each generation will have the opportunity to contribute on the development of their identity. They will use their experiences, and they can decide whether or not to transmit these traditions. Many of the participants mentioned how some of the traditional aspects of Limón have not been passed down. Next, please.
I think we have a freeze. Don't worry, just it'll resolve itself in a minute.
Creo que se congeló para.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
There we go. So for the method of this investigation, I used a qualitative exploratory. Okay. For the method for this investigation, I used a qualitative exploratory pilot study with a non-experimental cross-sectional design. And the data collection was through guided interviews organized by a member of the community. And the interviews were done using video conferencing platforms like Zoom and Google Meets. There were a total of 8 participants, 3 women and 5 men. These participants had employments from politics, commerce, logistics, to even education. In all honesty, I did not expect for the interviews to go very well. It was something very new to me, and language was not my forte. But having the member of the community be part of the presentations and the different interviews allowed me to not only have the experience, but also have first-hand experience in code switching between Limonese Creole, Spanish, and many of the other languages presented to you in this chart. So first, if you could, we asked if you could give a percent to the languages you use in a day, how would you assign to each language? Just by looking at the chart, you can see how there are two main colors that pop out. The first, Limonese Creole in the yellow, and green in Spanish. Keep in mind, Spanish is the official language of Costa Rica, so it would be expected for the people of the community to actually use this language. But why is Limonese Creole such a big part of this chart if it is language that they're trying to keep away, or if it's an obstacle for them? Next slide, please. So based on the results and the information provided by the participants, over 40% of their daily language usage is Limonese Creole. If you can see, standard English only relies on a 10%. That means that even though they are mentioning how it is the language that they need in order to have opportunities, Limonese Creole still has a very, very big margin in their daily language, their daily communication. So why shouldn't it be seen? Next slide, please. Limon's multi-ethnic and multicultural, multilingual society is an example of how linguistics and cultural diversity can promote the development of vibrant identities, educational success, and even economic opportunities in such sectors as tourism. The participants report that Limonese has opened doors for them both academically and economically. Limonese Creole is the first language of many Limonenses, and they have given testimony of how it has helped them to achieve a better and faster understanding of standard English. A detrimental factor for Limonese Creole is the internalized racism promoted by years of discrimination against the Limonenses. Next, please. The foreclosure of English schools, political repression, and the constant ridicule such as that thing they speak in Limon has limited not only the generational transmission of their culture language, but the acquisition of standard English. Limonese Creole continues to be a factor in communication and cultural development. This pilot study portrays the reality of Limon and how recognizing Limonese Creole should give a light to a language that is used by people every single day. The participants also identified other parts of culture, such as storytelling, dance, and music, in order to create interest in the transmission of the language for the younger generations. An example of young people from Limon trying to incorporate Limonese Creole in the music is Mike Joseph and the Good Friends. A So We Do It, a journey through the Caribbean fusion is their slogan. So here in the little bubble, you can...
Did you want to say more before I play it, Perla?
Yeah, just a quick thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the bubble, you can see the lyrics to a part of the song that the professor is going to present further on. And it has not only their Limonese Creole, but it also incorporates Spanish. Fiesta tu die, live it up, live it up. If you feel great, live it up, live it up. Fiesta tu die, live it up, live it up. Canta conmigo si te sientes bien. Anyone that has knowledge of either language, Limonese Creole or Spanish, will feel they'll want to join in, they'll want to sing along. And that is what the main importance of this group. They want to incorporate not only their roots of Limonese Creole, but other languages and other music genres, not only reggae and calypso, but also salsa and reggaeton, to include all the generations into their music and to give back to their community. So here's a little clip from the song Fiesta by Mike Joseph and the Good Friends.
Fiesta tu día, live it up, live it up. If you feel great, live it up, live it up. Fiesta tu día, live it up, live it up. Canta conmigo si te sientes bien. Fiesta tu día, live it up, live it up. If you feel great, live it up, live it up. Fiesta tu día, live it up, live it up. Canta conmigo si te sientes bien.
Okay, that is just a clip, but as you can see, it is something, it's very moved song. It's something that's very interesting, and it creates that fusion for all generations. Now, this investigation encountered some limitations. Firstly, that all the participants were of Afro-Caribbean descent, which limits the representation for other ethnic groups in the population. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, the study was conducted through video conferences. This particularly is something that's very important in the case that we will keep going on with this investigation or for future investigations. The inclusion of representatives of multiple ethnic groups, and that the study should be conducted in person so that the researcher can observe the behavior as well as the communication dynamics of Limonenses in their daily lives. Also, there's a very important topic that we need to keep in mind when doing any kind of cultural investigation, and that's community integration. The participation of the community members is crucial, and it should be of all ages or ethnic groups. Now, as a psychology student, after doing this, I've always had an interest in behavior, but I developed a particular interest for language. My investigation, or at least I would like to keep investigating in language acquisition, and this project definitely helped a lot with that. I learned a lot about community. I learned about people. I learned about how we need to be proud of who we are and the roots that we come from. And as I've mentioned before, like, this hit home for me. It was a very, very interesting and fun project to do. And even though it was something, let's say, out of my comfort zone, it's something that I enjoyed a lot. So thank you.
Thank you. Aplauso. Okay, so let's go on to our next presentation, and then we can have questions and comments. Okay, so the next presentation is by Maria Luisa Guerrero and Josué Aponte Andújar, and they'll be talking on la representación de la esclavitud en el sistema educativo en Chile y Puerto Rico. So this gets us thinking back to one of the presentations that we already had. So we've had one already on la representación de afrodescendientes y la esclavitud in Puerto Rico. And now we'll get some more insight into what's going on in Puerto Rico, but also not just that, but also what's going on in Chile. Okay, so pa'lante, Maria Luisa, Malu y Josué. Please tell me when you want me to change the slide.
Dale. Sí, sí. No la cambio todavía. Hola, mi nombre es Josué y voy a estar aquí presentando con mi compañera de Chile, Malu. Estaremos hablando sobre las representaciones en torno al tráfico transatlántico de personas indígenas africanas en textos de escuela en Chile y Puerto Rico. Puedes pasar la diapositiva para acá. Nuestro objetivo es comprender e interpretar las representaciones discursivas en torno al tráfico transatlántico de personas indígenas africanas en los textos escolares chilenos y puertorriqueños, como mencionamos en el título. Dentro de nuestra propuesta teórica, empezamos con la interpretación decolonial de Mignolo, Castro y Grossfogel como perspectivas de análisis de interpretación decolonial, y escogimos esta dado que las representaciones que se hacen en torno a las indígenas africanas y mujeres, o bien a la ausencia, en el caso de Chile, de la representación devienen de la conquista y colonia de América Latina y el Caribe, donde se ha instalado metódicamente un sistema capitalista, etnocéntrico y patriarcal, que se expresa en prácticas y estructuras sociales donde la persona indígena afrodescendiente y o la mujer se encuentran en posiciones de subalternidad. Luego, al igual que la compañera Ana Regina, tomamos en consideración la historia de las personas marginadas en la historia de la colonización, tomando en cuenta las personas indígenas, judías, gitanas, de descendencia africana, de descendencia indígena, y todas las personas marginadas que no se mencionan normalmente en los libros de historia, de autores como Faraclas, Russell Woods, Dannabang y otros. Y continúa mi compañera Manu.
Bueno, en cuanto a otro referente que hemos tomado son algunas investigaciones en cuanto a textos escolares. Estas han resultado relevantes, las investigaciones de Martin y Oteiza y Pinué, dado que ahondan en las formas de construcción del conocimiento e ideologías en los textos escolares y han identificado la nominalización como una estrategia discursiva recurrente en el lenguaje y la desagencialización de ciertos actores sociales. En cuanto a la relación entre discurso e ideología, Van Dyck señala que las estructuras ideológicas en el discurso se pueden encontrar a través de los tópicos, el significado local en cuanto a enfatizar o desenfatizar a ciertos actores sociales, generar polarizaciones discursivas, mayor o menor detalle de eventos, lo que es llamado como incompletitud relativa, las presuposiciones e implicaturas, los estilos y otros recursos discursivos más. Por último, hemos circunscrito nuestro análisis a algunas categorías proporcionadas por el análisis sociosemántico de Van Leeuwen en torno a las representaciones de los actores sociales y la acción social. Si pasamos a la siguiente.
Sí, dentro de nuestro corpus tenemos una parte de Chile y una parte de Puerto Rico. En el texto de Chile está, se titula el texto del estudiante, Historia y Geografía de Ciencias Sociales, de octavo básico, año 2020. Y en el caso de Puerto Rico, el módulo para remediar estudios sociales de séptimo grado, también del año 2020. Empezamos con la denominación, que serían los modos de nombrar a las personas dentro de estos textos. En el caso de Puerto Rico, tenemos el primer ejemplo, que se le nombra como esclavos negros. Dentro de esta denominación está la generalización de este grupo y la colectivización. Luego vemos en el caso de las personas de descendencia europea, de la clase dominante europea, o representantes de esta, que hay una especificación. Las personas europeas sí tienen un nombre específico. Anton Goncalves llevó a cabo un rapto de un hombre y una mujer, pero en ningún momento se menciona el nombre de una persona africana, sino como el colectivo africano.
En cuanto a las nominaciones, en el caso del libro de Chile, nosotros también podemos encontrar la colectivización, por ejemplo, de las potencias colonizadoras europeas. Este es tan solo un ejemplo en donde dice, entre los estados europeos que impulsaron proyectos de exploración, destacaron las monarquías portuguesas y españolas. Entonces hay de alguna forma una colectivización, pero a la vez también una especificación cuando se refiere a las monarquías portuguesa y española. Y posteriormente también se ve la especificación de las